Chapter 101. Ding, you have leveled up. All of your stats have been increased. By 1 point, you have obtained 2 free stats points. Ding, you have reached level 150. Ding, does the host wishes to break through beginner third order? Yes, no aura of soul fire, 100%. Ding, the aura of soul fire has reached 100%. Ding, for the next 10 minutes, all of the host's stats have been increased by 40%. Aditya's focus wasn't on the system. He suddenly felt a sudden increase in his powers. His body felt much lighter and more tougher than before. He felt now he can kill a beginner third order with a single punch. Right now the Dragon King's attention was on the sea of crimson flames that extended over 1,000 meters. After burning all the devil crows and the goblins to ashes, he controlled the sea of crimson flame to descend from heaven. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield was in uproar and turmoil. While the goblins felt they are witnessing their nightmare, the 1,000,000 soldiers and adventurers felt extremely lucky and fortunate that Aditya was on their side. Not good. That bastard is controlling the flames towards. All the goblins panicked as their faces paled seeing the crimson flame that covered an area of 1,000 meters descending from the sky, with the intention of reducing them to ashes. Everyone run, run as far as you can, we cannot fight this. Meanwhile, some goblin mages who had water affinity tried launching various types of water spells. Water shuriken, ice beam, water ball, water blast. All kinds of water spells were launched to stop the sea of flames that threatened to devour them. At this moment, if someone looked at the sky, then they would find the sky was dyed with crimson flame. No matter what kind of water spells were launched towards the sea of 1,000 meters of crimson flame, all the water spells were useless. Even before the water spells could even hit the crimson flame, the terrifying temperature of the flame would start turning the water attacks to evaporate. From the distance, Adam, Eddie, Tobias, Lucian, and many other mighty powerhouses of the Empire witnessed this scene. It was like the end had come. The sky had painted blood red. From the distance, some even thought that this red crimson flame was red blood that had covered the sky. No one can describe the emotions that they were feeling. They felt jealous and envious that such a mighty powerhouse was the son-in-law of Duke Adam. The enemies of Adam felt relieved that they did not take any actions against Adam or his family. Otherwise, they would have to bear the wrath of the Crimson Dragon. The goblins who watched this scene from afar only had one thought in their minds, and that was fear. They began fearing this mad dragon. We must eliminate that dragon. But how? No one of our peak third order could even stand against him. Even a group of peak 3 Ard order couldn't land even a single attack on him. I will take care of him. Hearing the voice, the 2 peak second order royal goblins' bodies shuddered in fear. They turned around to find a 2 meters tall muscular goblin with blue skin looking at the sea of crimson flame with his hands folded on his chest. Meanwhile, in less than 15 seconds, the huge sea of crimson flame that extended over 1,000 meters descended on the ground. The loud and howling roars and painful screams of the goblins who were burned alive were heard all over the battlefield. Ah, someone please save us, help me. Stop. However, no one came to save these goblins who were caught in the sea of crimson flame. Just when the sea of crimson flame fell on the ground, extending over 1,000 meters, all the first and second equals order goblins were instantly turned to ashes, while the third order goblins were able to resist for a few seconds before being burned to death. Another few seconds later, their bodies were turned to ashes as well. As expected of the red flame, even though I am 2 km away from the sea of crimson flame, I still can feel its high temperature. The old man Tobias sighed in relief. Julia and Sophie, who were watching Aditya using a special artifact, looked very happy, as expected of my husband. In a state of excitement, the goddess of alchemy did not realize what she just said. Her mother decided not to tease her daughter. Her heart was also filled with happiness. Having Aditya on the battlefield greatly relieved her worries. By the time the crimson flame started dimming down and losing its strength, This large-scale attack had directly killed more than 5,000 goblins, while indirectly severely injuring another 4,000 goblins. His attack nearly took out the lives of more than 10,000 goblins. Among his victims, there were countless first-order, second-order, and third-order cultivators. Ding, you have killed a beginner second-order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-second-order goblin mage. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a beginner second-order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a peak third-order goblin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-third-order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, your experience points have been saved. Sigh, that was awesome. His crimson blaze was limited to his imagination. This was the first time he had ever tried something like this. The reason Adelia kept on repeatedly using his crimson flame was because of its very low consumption. With his current mana, he can release another 2 or 3 of these large-scale attacks before running out of mana. My mana also has been increased. Adelia opened the system quickly to check the system logs. Ding, you have reached level 150. Ding, does the host wishes to break through beginner third order? Yes, no, I have reached level 150, so this is why my experience points were being saved. It would have been a huge waste if his experience points were not saved. Breaking through third order would be the same as evolving my bloodline. If I evolve my bloodline now, I wouldn't be able to suppress my bloodline in that time, meaning that everyone will know that I have Heavenly Dragon bloodline. In front of 1 million, Adelia wasn't willing to expose his secret. Thus, he chose to not break through third order now and wait till he was done with the goblins. Aura of Soul Fire. Description: a special type of skill that can be learned by both body and magical path. Cultivators. There is no requirement to learn this skill. This skill itself is a passive skill that will increase the user's stats after reaching a certain limit. Function: since this skill is a passive skill, the user won't have to spend any mana to activate this skill. This skill works by collecting a small part of the enemy's soul killed by the host. When a certain amount of soul energy is collected by the user, this skill will increase the user's stats by 40% for a temporary period of time. The boost in the user's stats will disappear after 10 minutes. 100 plus, right arrow 450 plus, 100 plus stamina, 235 right arrow 285, adding 40% to my current stats strength, 310 right arrow 434 speed, 450 plus, 100 plus, right arrow 770 stamina, 285 right arrow 399 health, 285 right arrow 399 mana, 850 right arrow 3, 990 free stats, 0 right arrow 100. Adelia took a deep breath, feeling the huge increase in his mana. Those crimson eyes started glowing red. The Dragon King coldly smiled, looking at the remaining Devil Crow and the goblins who were sitting on the thousands of Devil Crow's backs. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 9:27. Right now, the thousands of Devil Crow was covering a part of the sky. Neither the Devil Crows nor the goblins had the courage to fly toward. They kept a 1.5 km distance from the being with crimson dragon wings. Every goblin and every Devil Crow has seen what this dragon just did. Even though the Devil Crow couldn't speak, they were intelligent enough to understand just how powerful this man was. Their demonic instinct was screaming at them to flee from this place, while the other dragons who were 800 meters away from Adelia were still frozen from shock. Even the strongest ones in their rank did not have the capacity to launch this kind of large-scale attack. Right now they were convinced that the man who was 800 meters away from and currently was looking at the goblins was the strongest dragon. Meanwhile, Adelia noticed the number of Devil Crows and goblins was only increasing. The Devil Crows number had exceeded 1,000. Soon the number would break through the 2,000 mark. Adelia tightly gripped the two swords in his hands before disappearing. Right now, he moved so fast that none of the peak third-order goblins or soldiers were able to keep up with Aditya's movement. Where did he go? Did he just teleport? Meanwhile, a certain 2 meters tall goblin with blue skin stared at Aditya. Swish! Around 7 seconds later, when the goblins and the soldiers spotted Aditya, he was about 1.4 km away. What happened next shocked everyone to their core. It was as if Aditya had teleported 1.4 forward. The entire battlefield descended into a pin-drop silence, seeing hundreds of devil crows and goblins' bodies leaking red blood, and simply falling from the sky. If one looked closely then, one would see that each goblin's head were not attached to the body. Each devil crow had around 15 goblins on their back. When some looked closely, they found that those goblins did not have any armor or weapons with them either. Aditya became so fast that he was able to kill 200 beings in a span of just 7 seconds. Ding, you have killed a beginner second-order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-second-order goblin mage. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a beginner second-order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-third-order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, your experience points have been saved. Ignoring the constant ringing noises from the system, the Dragon King once again disappeared. Where did he go? Julia and Sophie both stared at each other in shock. It was not just Sophie and Julia, Eddie, Adam, Tobias, Lucian, and many fourth-order cultivators stared at the sky with a dumbfounded look. With each passing second, they would see hundreds of bodies of devil crows and goblins falling from the sky. Even the goblins, whose number now had almost increased to 500, stared at the scene with a dumbfounded look. They came out of the portal expecting to destroy the enemies. But contrary to their expectations, the only thing that they witnessed was the headless bodies of goblins and devil crows falling from the sky without showing any signs of stopping. Ding, you have killed a mid-third-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, your experience points have been saved. Around 30 seconds later, Aditya finally stopped. The mid-5-star black sword in his hand has been painted with fresh red blood. Behind him, thousands of bodies continued to fall from the sky. In just 30 seconds, he had killed around 17,000 goblins and devil crows combined. Right now, he was directly in front of the gigantic 100 meters big portal. Any devil crow that came out of the portal was instantly killed by him. Those goblins died without even knowing who killed them. Ding, your experience points have been saved. How long are you going to stand there and watch? Chapter 102. How long are you going to stand there and watch? Aditya indifferently asked while easily killing another 20 devil crows that just came out of the portal carrying 300 goblins with them. I am surprised that you noticed me. Human, or should I say dragon? Aditya lowered his head and looked at the 2 meters tall goblin with blue skin that easily stood out from the horde of goblins. The goblin was very different looking compared to normal goblins. It had a muscular built body. It almost looked like a human if not for its ugly and nasty looking face that can traumatize a child. This mutated goblin with blue skin has been observing Aditya ever since he walked out of the portal. Aditya's crimson flame had caught his attention. At first, he thought that Aditya was a human, but his assumption turned out to be wrong as he found that Aditya was actually a dragon. Given how well Aditya was able to control flames, he thought Aditya was a fire dragon. It looks like you have been observing me for a while now. Aditya was able to feel this goblin's cultivation when his stats increased by 40%. With the increase in his stats, his body also improved in many ways. His senses also had become sharper than before. I wonder why he still hasn't attacked me yet. Aditya thought while coldly killing another group of goblins that came out of the portal. Since you have found me, why don't we have a fight? We all know how this is going to end anyway. His plan was to wait till Aditya was exhausted. Even though this goblin was a peak 4 Thorder, he did not underestimate his enemy. If he had fought exhausted Aditya, then his chances of winning will only further increased. The 2 meters tall blueskin mutated goblin was wearing a black cuirass. 2 green pauldrons that had small spikes on them covered his right and left shoulders, where the body piece and arm piece joined. The goblin wore green vambraces to cover his forearms. Beneath all the armors, the goblin wore black clothes. He also had a sword belt around his waist, where he kept his sword. Compared to the goblin, Aditya wasn't any armor at all. Aditya was not that fond of wearing armor. Most of the time, he would always fight enemies without needing any armor. "My name is Seth Barrett. Before we start the fight, I would like to know your name." Aditya raised his right eyebrow in surprise. He thought all goblins had some Chinese names. "My name is Aditya. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 8:49. I don't have much time. I will have to finish this goblin before my Aura of Soul Fire deactivates." The Aura of Soul Fire had given Aditya a 40% boost in his stats. This boost in his stats would allow him to go against the peak 4th Order goblin named Seth. Aditya and Seth stared at each other for a second before both disappeared. No one knew where they went. Both beings moved so fast that almost on one in the battlefield could tell where they went or which direction they went. Far away, about almost 8 km away from the portal, in the northern part of the battlefield, 2 powerful beings' first attacks collided. Bang! The first attack was more thing testing each other's strength. After the first exchange, Aditya and Seth both retreated back. "His strength is amazing." Aditya secretly looked down and found his left hand trembling slightly. Although he acted calm like he did not feel any pain, his whole left arm was aching in pain. The attack almost would have broken his left arm if he had not transformed both of his arms into dragon claws. The attack impact slowed down his left arm movement by 30%. There were even a few small cracks on his bones. "I guess I was overestimating my ability a little too much. In the end, this goblin is a peak 4th Order powerhouse." Aditya realized his mistake. Other than his mana, Aditya's other stats cannot be compared with peak 4th Order goblin Seth's stats. Eruption Wave. Knowing that his mana was way higher than Seth's, Aditya was going to take full advantage of that. He lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, causing the earth under Aditya to turn magma. He wasn't affected by the magma. Like sound waves, the magma began spreading in all directions. Seth easily jumped in the air, seeing the earth around him beginning to turn into magma. "That's an interesting ability you have." With his strength, he can easily jump more than 50 meters above the ground. In a few seconds, the ground around Aditya was turned into magma. The sudden change caused many goblins who were fighting nearby to die in an instant, but Seth and Aditya didn't seem to care about those goblins. The Dragon King did not reply. He coldly looked at Seth. Aditya lightly tapped the magma with his right step. Seth widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched a glob of red-hot liquid that was even hotter than flame being shot towards him. The blue-skinned goblin grabbed the sword from his waist. He then diagonally swung his sword, releasing a sharp wind blade that instantly cut the glob of red-hot magma in half. From this exchange, both of them now had a better understanding of each other's abilities. Seth understood that aside from Crimson Flame, Aditya can also control magma, while he found that this nasty-looking goblin can use wind element. Boom! Seeing his attack had failed, Aditya did not show any disappointment. He instead got ready to use another attack. Meanwhile, Seth had reached 50 meters above the ground. He did not dare take his eyes off his opponent as he had seen what this dragon can do. Eruption Wave and Crimson Blaze are both attacks powers are limited to my imagination. Aditya frequently used his Crimson Blaze to try coming up with new kinds of attacks. This is what he was doing with his Eruption Wave. In the next second, under Aditya's control, hundreds of 7 cm thick and 1 meter long red spikes were shot from the magma around Aditya. The magma spikes cut through the air and headed towards Seth. "Seth, who now was beginning to descend back to the ground, looked at the hundreds of magma spikes with a little fear in his eyes. Even a peak 4th order like him did not have resistance against magma. Not to mention the magma that Aditya was using was even more dangerous than normal magma. The temperature of the magma was really frightening. The gravity was pulling Seth toward the earth. Each second his falling speed seems to be increasing. Hundreds of magma spikes were on their way to attack him from 3 sides. Bang! When the magma spikes were about to hit him, a thin, transparent white barrier appeared around his body, protecting the peak 4th order goblin from Aditya's attacks. What is this ability? I don't think he used his mana to form this barrier. Aditya's eyes fell on the armor that Seth was wearing. Those armors definitely were 3-star or maybe even 4-star. Wind slash. While descending from the sky, Seth diagonally slashed his sword at Aditya. He did this to buy himself time to land on the ground. Unlike Aditya, he did not have the ability to fly. He was weak in the air as his movement was restricted. 10 meters large wind blade headed toward the Dragon King. Aditya moved to his right and dodged the wind blade, causing it to hit the magma behind Aditya. Boom! At this time Seth was about 20 meters above the ground. Before he could land, a human-like hand came out of magma to grab his left leg. What the hell? Seth instinctively moved his left leg to avoid getting caught by the hand that was made by magma. Before he can sigh in relief, he widened his eyes, seeing hundreds of hands coming out of the magma around. Shit! Seth had no choice but to activate the circular, round, thin, transparent barrier around himself. This bastard is forcing me to use my 4-star breastplate ability. The breastplate that Seth wore had the ability to form a barrier around his body. The barrier was strong enough to witness the attack of any 4th order cultivator. However, he can only use this barrier 10 times a day. The 4-star armor also gave him a few more abilities, which could save him life in critical moments. Seth managed to land on the ground, which now had turned into a magma. Before he landed on the ground, he had covered his legs with his mana. Thus, he was able to walk and run while standing on magma. After Seth landed, Aditya and Seth both rushed at each other. Aditya had put the peak 2-star Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword in his space ring, as he only wanted to use the adamantite Doomblade. Clang! Both of their swords clashed before Seth was forced to take a step back. He then looked at Aditya in surprise. Aditya did not give Seth any chances, seeing that he had forced the blue-skinned goblin to take a step back. He gained some confidence and took the initiative to attack again. He once again diagonally swung the adamantite Doomblade. Clang! Seth managed to block his attack this time. Even though the weight of his sword is frightening, I should be fine as long as I don't take direct attacks. Aditya then noticed that instead of blocking his attacks, Seth was now deflecting his attacks. After deflecting Aditya's attacks a few more times, Seth now was beginning to comprehend Aditya's sword swings. His swings followed a certain pattern which Seth soon understood. After exchanging 25 moves during which Seth was mainly deflecting Aditya's attacks, the goblin was ready to take the aggressive stand. Clang! Clang! His fighting style has changed. Aditya was secretly shocked in his heart. Before Seth was deflecting, but now he was pushing Aditya. The Dragon King now was barely defending against Seth. I guess he is naturally gifted in using sword. Aditya's talent in swords was average. It was because of his instant learning and adaptation skill that he managed to learn this far in such a short time. In fact, he regularly trained to improve his skills. Compared to Aditya, Seth was the genius who was able to find flaws in Aditya's attacks within a minute. Clang! Clang! If someone noticed then, they would find the man who previously slaughtered thousands of goblins in matters of seconds was now being pushed by a mutated goblin. Clang! Since I can't injure him with sword attacks, let's try this. Right now, as much as Aditya wanted to continue their sword fights, he did not have time. Aditya wouldn't deny the fact that after exchanging so many moves with Seth, his sword skills had greatly improved. With his instant learning and adaptation skill, Aditya felt if they continued exchanging moves for a few more hours, then he would reach a level where he can rival Seth in sword skills. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 7:59. He had to finish this before he ran out of time. Aditya and Seth were fighting at their normal speed, but to others, they couldn't see Aditya and Seth. The only thing that they heard was constant metal colliding sounds. Sparks are few everywhere. No one dared to approach the area that was covered with magma. Almost 150 meters of the area had been turned into magma. The boiling magma flowed in that area. The goblins and the humans kept their distance. They kept at least 500 meters distance from the area with magma, as the high temperature of the magma was too much for the First Order and 2 End-Order cultivators. He is improving. Seth was a little scared given how fast Aditya was improving. A minute ago, he was able to read Aditya's attacking patterns and find his flaws. When he started attacking aggressively, Aditya barely was able to defend, but now not only Aditya was able to defend comfortably, he even was able to counter back. Aditya had no idea what was going on in Seth's head. Clang. Once again both of their swords clashed, creating sparks. It was then Seth felt something coming from behind. Being a peak Fourth Order, his senses was very sharp. From the corner of his eyes, what he saw had his pupils contract to the size of the needle. Chapter 103. He is improving. Seth was a little scared given how fast Aditya was improving. A minute ago, he was able to read Aditya's attacking patterns and find his flaws. When he started attacking aggressively, Aditya barely was able to defend, but now not only Aditya was able to defend comfortably, he even was able to counter back. Aditya had no idea what was going on in Seth's head. Clang. Once again both of their swords clashed, creating sparks. It was then Seth felt something coming from behind. Being a peak Fourth Order, his senses was very sharp. From the corner of his eyes, what he saw had his pupils contract to the size of the needle. About 3 km away, Adam cut the peak Third Order goblin in half. After dealing with the last of the Third Order goblins that had grouped on him, he turned his attention to the north. In the north, he saw a red-orange color of the magma. Boom! Suddenly, he and others heard a loud explosion sound. When the black smoke of the explosion disappeared, Aditya gritted his teeth seeing Seth protected by a thin, round barrier. Damn, this barrier saved him again. This was the third time this damn barrier had stopped Aditya's attack from hitting Seth. You're the first person whom I have known to have the power to control and manipulate magma, but that won't be enough to end my life. Many have come to kill me, but always have ended up getting killed instead. The 2 meters tall blue-skinned goblin showed a sly smile. Aditya replied with a calm smile. We will see. Inside, the Dragon King wasn't calm at all. Previously, he wanted to kill Seth in a few minutes, before taking advantage of the effect of the aura of soul fire to kill as many goblins as he can. But now, Aditya was having doubted if he can kill this goblin before he ran out of time. I will be honest, I was quite enjoying exchanging sword moves with you, but that has to come to an end. Seth had a cruel smile on his face as he charged at Aditya. Aditya also had no sympathy for this blue-skinned goblin. His hate for the goblins was very deep. After all, it was the goblin that had invaded their land and caused this big battle, where hundreds of thousands of people will inevitably die. Blue lightning started cracking and flickering around Aditya's body as he charged at Seth at his full speed, which had reached 870 plus after he activated Lightning Dash. Clang. He is fast. Seth gritted his teeth as Aditya was overwhelming him. Before, their speed was the same. The only reason that Seth managed to push him was because of his genius-level sword skills. But now that Aditya's agility had suddenly increased by 100 plus, Seth was barely able to follow Aditya's fast movement. Clang, clang, clang. Over the next 10 seconds, Aditya continued to overwhelm Seth. The only reason the goblin was barely able to defend Aditya's moves was that he was able to predict where Aditya was going to try to hit him. Even though he can't defend against Aditya's every attacking move, he was able to stop the life-threatening strikes. After 10 seconds, Seth was panting heavily while tightly holding his sword. There were many cuts on his forearms, cheeks, thighs, ribs, and shoulders. Blood was dripping on the magma. He looked tired from the overwhelming pressure. Being attacked by Aditya, he was required to maintain his full focus. If he lost his focus even for a millisecond, that could have ended his life. Clang. He is too fast. Should I use that skill? At this rate, I might become too exhausted to continue. I have no other choice. While going to attack Seth, Aditya suddenly noticed that the aura around Seth was changing. Aditya did not pay too much attention to that. He horizontally swung the mid-5-star sword, aiming to slice Seth's throat in one slash. Bang! Once again, this damn barrier saved Seth by blocking Aditya's attacks. Aditya moved a few steps back. Over the next 10 seconds, Seth wasn't able to defend against Aditya's moves. However, every time he aimed to slice his throat or stab his heart or his head, the thin, transparent barrier saved him. Damn it! How the hell I am supposed to defeat him like this? This was the 10th time the barrier had protected Seth. There has to be some sort of limit on how many times the barrier can be used in a battle. No armor, no skill, and no cultivator were invincible. Aditya believed that his armor should have some sort of limits or restrictions. Clang! Seth managed to defend against another attack from Aditya. At this point, he was out of stamina. How can a goblin have the same stamina as a dragon? Not to mention the fact that Seth's opponent was irregular. An abnormal being that was able to push him, injure him, and make him bleed even though he was only a peak second-order cultivator. Not good. I am starting to lose sight of him. Seth panted heavily as he was running out of mana. He was standing on a river of magma that was 10 times, if not 100 times hotter than normal magma. Even though being a peak 4th-order cultivator gave him resistance to normal flames, the magma was still powerful enough to severely hurt him. To protect his body, he had to cover his whole body with a layer of mana. 400+ mana. His main weapon was his sword. After constant clashes with Aditya, he only had around 190+ mana. Meanwhile, Aditya noticed that Seth was beginning to lose his former speed. Aditya saw this as a chance and immediately used the skill that he has been wanting to use. At the same time, Seth also had the same thoughts in his mind. Since he was beginning to run out of mana and stamina, he wanted to end this. Aditya, get ready. This will be my final attack. Seth jumped and retreated 50 meters away from Aditya. The Dragon King also did the same and moved away. Aditya saw Seth raising his sword before slashing the air diagonally. Calamity of 100 wind blades. Seth's face turned pale. His blue skin started losing its blue color. At the same time, Aditya found hundreds of wind blades heading in his direction. The Dragon King looked at Seth in disappointment. He was expecting more than that. Each wind blade was about 10 meters long and 4 meters wide. The wind blades were heading in his direction from 3 sides. Aditya lightly tapped the magma with his front stop. Before the wind blades could come anywhere near Aditya, a huge wall that was made of magma defended him. The wall was like a great separation, dividing the whole world into 2. Boom! The wind blades exploded after hitting the wall of magma. At the same time, just when Seth lowered his guard while coughing out a large mouthful of blood. At this point, his blue skin had turned gray. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him like a shadow. Bang! Cough. Seth coughed out another large mouthful of blood. He looked down, glancing at the black sword that just pierced his heart. It was Aditya who just landed the attack. He had flown behind Seth while both of their attacks exploded. With his mid-5-star black sword, it was very easy to penetrate the 4-star armor. That was a nice fight. Be careful of them. Cough. They will target you. Seth weakly spoke as he began losing consciousness. Huff. Aditya took a deep breath, watching Seth take his last breath. Seth's skin had turned gray. Aditya sighed before using his right hand to close his eyes. This was the least he can do to respect him. The magma beneath them started devouring Seth, as he no longer protected his body with mana. Ding, you have killed a peak 4th Order Goblin Warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding. The system has detected that you have saved up many experience points. Does the host wish to break through 3rd Order? Aditya did not reply. He instead put Seth's armor, which was damaged, and his sword in his space ring. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 5:39 before Aditya can reply, he felt a strong gust of wind before he was sent flying with a powerful kick. Aditya was sent flying like a cannonball. Fortunately, Aditya was able to use the wings to prevent himself from crashing to the ground. From the sky, he looked at the area where his magma flowed. He found 3 royal goblins standing on flowing magma and also looking at Aditya. The dragon felt as if his ribs had cracked from the kick. Enduring the pain, he coldly looked at the 3 royal goblins and found that all of them are peak 4th Order cultivators. It looks like my slave failed to eliminate you. Chapter 104. Meanwhile, Adam also sensed the presence of 4th Order goblins on the battlefield. He quickly finished killing the goblins on his side and was about to rush to help Aditya. I am sorry, but I don't think you will be going anywhere. From the sky, another peak 4th Order goblin jumped in front of Adam. Adam coldly glanced at the royal goblin who too had a greatsword on his back. He then looked at Aditya. I will have to hurry. Boy, you better not end up dying. Just give me a few minutes. Also at the same time, from the portal, many 4th Order goblins came out and targeted the 4th Orders. Eddie, Tobias, Lucian, and all other 4th Order were now facing opponents who had the same power as them. Mom, what Dad is doing? Aditya cannot fight 3 peak 4th Order goblins at the same time. The goddess of alchemy panicked seeing the situation of Aditya. Julia calmed down. As long as Aditya can hold 3 of them for a few minutes, Adam should be able to come to give him support. From her words, it was clear that even Sophie wasn't sure if Adam would be able to finish the peak 4th Order goblin. Right now, the situation on the battlefield had changed. With all the powerful individuals forced to confront 4th Order goblins, the army of 1 million suddenly had lost the backup and the support that they were getting from the 4th Order powerhouses. From the sky, hundreds of devil crow birds carrying goblins were coming out and dropping the goblins on the battlefield. To make matters worse, the goblins' number had increased to almost 500,000 by now. Right now, the army of 1 million was also facing constant attacks from the devil crows. Even though devil crows were only peak 2nd Order, it was difficult to kill them when they can fly. Aditya stood about 200 meters away from the 3 peak 3rd Order goblins. Dragon, why don't you just surrender and become our slave? We will take good care of you. I will make sure to give you 3 meals per day. Ha ha ha. Instead of replying, Aditya condensed his mana on his right foot. The next second, he lightly tapped the ground with his right foot. The 3 goblins stopped laughing seeing his actions. Before they could understand what he was doing, the ground under Aditya began cracking. Crack. The small crack continued to expand in all directions. The spider web-like crack spread an area of 500 meters and then stopped. Before anyone could understand what was happening, suddenly magma started bursting out of the cracks, turning the ground into a pond of magma. What? Jin He and Jia Zhu, use your mana to protect your bodies. This magma is no way normal. You can potentially even kill us if we don't protect ourselves. The 3 goblins didn't dare waste a second. After covering their bodies, they looked at Aditya but found that he already had disappeared. Where did he go? One of the peak 4th Order goblins panicked. Before they could understand what was happening, suddenly a large 5 meters long and 3 meters wide hand from the magma tried to grab the goblins. In a moment of fear, all of them jumped back to dodge the hand that was formed of magma. They jumped back 30 meters away. Just when they landed on the ground, suddenly a hand come out of the magma behind them and grabbed the leg of one of the goblins named Jin He. The 2 other goblins moved away, seeing the hand that was covered in red dragon scale. Jin He tried to take away his left leg, but to his horror, he found that no matter how much he tried his leg, wasn't even moving an inch. Aditya, who was holding the goblin's left leg from the magma, suddenly used all of his strength to pull the goblin named Jin He inside the pool of magma. "Ah, Jiazu, Su Tai, please save me." The other two goblins watched the scene in fear as they saw their best friend getting dragged inside the pool of magma. Both goblins did not have the courage to dive inside the magma, knowing full well that diving inside this pool of magma would be the same as committing suicide. Given the terrifying temperature of this magma, even if they cover their bodies with mana, they will still be fried. Meanwhile, Aditya, who was inside the pool of magma, dragged one of the goblins inside. The goblin named Jin, he looked at the demon with crimson eyes of vengeance and fear. Without saying any words, Aditya's right-hand claws shot at super-fast speed and struck the goblin's chest. Inside the magma, the goblin couldn't even scream as the magma already had begun killing him. Aditya grabbed his beating heart with his right hand, and then ripped off his heart out of his chest. As soon as the heart was taken out, the magma immediately devoured the heart. At the last moment, the peak fourth-order goblin kept staring at Aditya in fear before his entire body melted. He will never forget the appearance of the demon that ripped off his heart. The demon's entire body was covered in magma, yet his red-crimson eyes seemed to shine even inside the pool of magma. "Ding, you have killed a peak fourth-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved." "What the hell happening here? Su Tai, let's get out of this place. Fighting this monster in this territory is like calling out for death. It seems he can control magma." The two goblins now had a look of fear. The arrogant expression on their faces was nowhere to be seen anymore. It was only has been a few seconds since Aditya dragged one of the goblins inside the pool of magma. The reason Aditya was able to overpower the goblins by a huge margin was that he had activated one of his skills, Divine Blast of Fury. All of the host stats except for mana will be temporarily increased by 50%. With the combined effect of the aura of Soul Fire and the Divine Blast of Fury, all of Aditya's stats except for mana have been increased by 90%. The current Aditya was in a berserk state, meaning that he was no longer calm as before. "Let's get out of this place." Jia Zhu and Su Tai, both peak fourth-order goblins, began running at their full speed. They did not want to be swallowed up by the magma. Just thinking of that made both of them shiver in fear. However, how can Aditya let these two goblins get away so easily? Not so fast. Julia and Sophie, who was watching Aditya's battle, suddenly gasped seeing Aditya jumping out of the pool of magma. For a moment, his entire body was covered in magma. The only thing that was visible about him was his red-crimson eyes. Those eyes looked like the eyes of a predator. Just looking at those eyes could make one's soul tremble in fear. Moving faster than the wind itself, Aditya chased after the two goblins at his full speed. The two goblins were already 50 meters away from him. To prevent them from leaving the area which now had turned into the pool of magma, Aditya suddenly tapped the magma beneath him with his right foot. In the next second, both Su Tia and Jia Zhu saw a 50 meters tall wall of magma in front of them. Both cursed their luck without realizing that Aditya was after them. Jia Zhu used earth magic to make a path. However, before the goblin named Jia Zhu could finish chanting his earth elemental spell, he and Su Tai both heard a cold, frost voice. "I don't think so." Jia Zhu widened his eyes in fear as he saw from the corner of his eyes that the black sword approached his neck. Bang! The next second, Aditya's left hand pierced the third and last goblin's chest from behind. Cough. Su Tai entire body trembled fiercely as he experienced why people feared death so much. He looked down and saw his beating heart that was still pumping blood being held by the hand that just made a hole in his chest. "Ding, you have killed a peak fourth-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved." "Ding, you have killed a peak fourth-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved." Both Julia and Sophie stared at the rectangular-shaped screen in front of them in shock. Of course, Both mother and daughter were extremely happy that Aditya managed to not only hold but also kill the peak fourth-order goblins. But what shocked them the most was Aditya's performance. When Aditya defeated Eddie, they assumed that he was only capable of defeating beginner fourth order. But in this battle, his power has been putting all the fourth order powerhouses in the army of 1 million to shame. It was more like Aditya was fighting for supremacy and dominance. Now it's time to clean all the other peak fourth order cultivators. The next second Aditya disappeared. Adam was engaging a peak fourth order in a battle with his full power. The wild lion wanted to hurry up and finish this before going to assist his son-in-law. Clang! Both his and the goblin's great swords clashes. Before Adam could do anything, he suddenly noticed a small trail of blood coming out of the goblin's neck. The next second, he couldn't just believe what he saw. The goblin dropped the greatsword and tried to keep his head together, but eventually, his head fell from his body. This kind of similar thing kept on happening all over the battlefield. After Adam, Aditya went on to kill the fourth order that Tobias was facing. Old man Tobias already looked severely injured as he wasn't made for battles. His specialty lay in runes. After Tobias, he helped Eddie and went to help Lucian. The young genius of the Empire looked like he was being pushed back. Without anyone noticing, like an assassin, he sneaked behind the goblin and killed him with one strike. Ding! You have killed a peak fourth order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved. Seeing the goblin falling to the ground, Lucian sighed in relief. He was already out of mana. He sat down on the ground and breathed heavily. Are you all right? Aditya asked while searching for the location of other fourth-order goblins. Huff, huff. Yeah, I am fine, thank you. Lucian couldn't help but feel ashamed. He taunted Aditya, he disrespected him. Yet this man did not hesitate to save him. Lucian felt that he owed Aditya a big apology. Aditya had no idea what was going on in Lucian's head. The only reason he saved him is that if a fourth order like him died, it would be a huge loss for them. Their winning probability might be affected by his or any fourth order powerhouse's deaths. Otherwise, Aditya had no other reason for saving him. Why would the Dragon King go on to save someone who was behaving very rudely and arrogantly with him? Swoosh! After nodding his head to Lucian, Aditya again disappeared. He moved at a speed that shocked Lucian again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking how naive he was when he challenged Aditya. The next moment, one by one, many fourth-order goblins kept on falling. Ding! You have killed a mid-fourth-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a beginner fourth-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a peak fourth-order royal goblin. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a mid-fourth-order royal goblin. Finally done. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 3:39. Chapter 105. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 3:39. After dealing with all the fourth order, Aditya stopped looking at the sky. While he was dealing with the fourth order, the number of devil crows increased to 10,000. Each devil crow was dropping 15 goblins on the battlefield, meaning in his absence, the devil crows had dropped 150,000 plus goblins on the battlefield. I will have to clean the sky first. Saying that, the Dragon King flew off to the sky. Boom! When everyone looked up, they found thousands of bodies of devil crows simply falling from the sky. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order devil crow. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order devil crow. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order devil crow. After killing all the devil crows, Aditya focused his attention on the ever-growing goblins on the battlefield. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 3:19. I still have 3 minutes in my hand. Aditya wanted to reduce the goblin number before he started his evolution. He had a feeling his evolution to third order is going to take some time. Aditya condensed his mana on his both feet before stomping on the ground and disappearing in thin air. Lightning Dash, 100 plus agility, 855 plus. Adding 100 plus agility boost from using the Lightning Dash, his current agility was monstrously high. Swoosh, he was covering 278 meters distance per second, which was simply ridiculous for someone with peak second-order cultivation. A human soldier and two adventurers, the trio who used to be friends, was fighting together on the front lines. The trio was beginner, third-order, powerful cultivators who had no problem dealing with goblins. Their number is only increasing. In about an hour's time, I will run out of mana. Me too, I am getting exhausted from using my sword. Swoosh. The trio suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blowing past them. When they blinked their eyes, more than 200 plus bodies of goblins were lying on the ground. A second later, another 200 plus goblins were killed and fell to the ground as goblins' blood flowed like a river. Adam watched the scene where he saw with each passing second more than 200 plus goblins kept on falling to the ground. He couldn't see how fast Aditya moved. He could only feel the strong gust of wind. At this point, his heart was already numb from all the shocks that Aditya had given him since the start of this battle. For the next 3 minutes and 19 seconds, the Dragon King ran at his full speed. Each time he ran past a goblin, he would kill the goblin without wasting a second, and then go for the next one. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 0. 3. Seeing that his time was running out, Aditya used all of his remaining mana to summon magma from the ground. He used his left fist to strongly punch the ground, causing the ground to crack before a small crater formed around him. Bang! From the cracks, once again magma started coming out. The magma came out and began spreading in all directions. This time about 1,000 meters of the area was covered in a river of magma. In the process, another 1,000 or 2,000 goblins were instantly melted. Time until Aura of Soul Fire will remain activated. 0. Ding! Aura of Soul Fire has been deactivated. Aditya's face turned seriously pale, as if he had lost all of his blood. He gasped heavily, trying to breathe as much as air he can. He felt his vision was getting weak and blurred from the sudden loss of all of his mana. This was the first time since getting the Black Heart Aditya had consumed all of his mana in such a short time. He had 990 mana, which he used to kill goblins. Aditya gritted his teeth as he wanted to do one big move before he took some time to rest. He tapped the magma beneath him with his right foot. For the next 5 seconds, nothing really happened. Then the ground itself started shaking. All the goblins stopped fighting as they were horrified to find from magma 10,000 magma snakes were coming at them. Each magma snake was like tentacles. The magma snakes rose from the magma that was spread over an area of 1,000 meters. The 1,000 magma snakes spread in different directions under Aditya's orders. What happened next was a disaster for the goblins. Each magma snake stretched over 5,000 meters. The magma-like tentacles moved in all directions. Each time the bodies of the goblins touched one of the magma snakes, their bodies instantly melted. Within the next 10 seconds, the magma snakes killed every goblin within 5,000 meters radius of the magma pool that spread across 1,000 meters. Ding! You have killed a mid-third order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a mid-third order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! You have killed a mid-third order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding! Why? Ding! Aditya heard was been buzzing non-stop. The system kept on sending him records about the goblins that he just killed. Over an area of 5,000 meters, there were at least 150,000 goblins. All of them were killed within 10 seconds. In the last 3 minutes, Aditya had killed a combined number of 200,000 goblins. Aditya simply fell to his knees. The magma did not harm him. He felt like his head was going to stop working. Controlling 10,000 magma snakes at once gave him huge pressure. His head was paining so badly. It was like his brain itself has been fried. With Aditya's large-scale slaughtering of goblins, the number of goblins on that battlefield dropped a lot. There were around only 100,000 goblins left. This made things very easy for the army of 1 million and the adventurers who joined the battle. Everyone was finally able to take some rest. For the next 1 hour, all the Fourth Order took the front line. Even though they kept on killing goblins, after a certain period of time, the goblins' number had also reached 1 million. After 1 hour and 30 minutes since the invasion of the goblins had begun, more than 1.3 million goblins were already slaughtered, yet the number showed no signs of stopping. During that hour, Aditya did not do anything except for taking a rest. The sea of magma that he created across an area of 1,000 meters kept the other powerful goblins away from him. Any goblin that approached near his magma was killed by tentacles made out of magma. Another hour later, the goblins' number increased to 1.5 million. Right now, the army of 1 million was under constant pressure. In the last hour, many soldiers have run out of mana or stamina and died before they could retreat. Adam, Tobias, Eddie, and other Fourth Order still continued to fight, but compared to before, the pressure on them increased a lot. While the mage Fourth Order cultivators used long-ranged attacks, the warrior Fourth Order cultivators like Adam used their speed to their advantage. No goblins were able to counter against their speeds. They used their speeds to kill 120+ enemies per second. After about 2 hours of rest, Aditya had recovered 2 out of 3 of his mana. He did not take mana recovery pills in this situation. Instead, he waited to see if any Fourth Order goblins would come out of the portal. If any Fourth Order goblins had come out, then he would have taken the mana recovery pill and fought with the Fourth Order goblins. With his magma, he can easily kill hundreds of goblins per second without needing to use more than 2+ mana. This long battle has taught Aditya mana things. While fighting against goblins, he has learned many new ways of using his powers. One thing he discovered was that it takes more mana to summon magma than use it in battle. Now that he had created a sea of magma in an area of 1,000 meters, the mana he needed to control the mana and use it was too low. Like this, another 5 hours passed. In those 5 hours, nothing major happened except for the everlasting and not-ending invasion of the goblins. In that time period, more than 4 million goblins died. Aditya alone was responsible for the deaths of 1.5 million goblins' deaths. At this point, the area of 20 km which had become the battlefield had dyed with blood. Every corner of the battlefield was dyed with blood. The soil has turned red, losing its original color. Rivers of blood flowed in the direction of the west. Bodies of goblins and soldiers lay almost everywhere on the battlefield. Anywhere Aditya looked, he would find a missing leg or head or arm. After Aditya, it was Duke Adam that killed the most goblins. The savage lion had managed to slaughter around 500,000 goblins, which was a huge feat given he did not have a high mana reserve like Aditya. Just with his raw stamina, he kept on fighting non-stop while other Fourth Orders had to take rests in between. The third most kills were done by the genius of Campbell House, Lucian. Lucian had killed over 100,000 enemies. But unlike Aditya and Adam, Lucian used several powerful artifacts to increase his killing counts. Just how many goblins are there? Aditya had a tired look on his face as he glanced at the portal from which goblins endlessly kept on coming out. Aditya has been killing goblins for 7.5 hours. His killing count probably had surpassed the 2 million mark a long time ago. By now, Aditya's side had lost more than 200,000 soldiers and adventurers. This only increased the pressure on others. If things continue like this within a few more hours, the army will fall. I can't continue like this. I will have to break through beginner Third Order. Chapter 106. I will break through Third Order. The Dragon King flew up using his wings. He continued flying up till he was about 500 meters above the ground. Ding, does the host wishes to break through beginner third order? Yes, no, roar. Before Aditya could choose yes, his attention was taken by the loud roar that shook the battlefield. What the? Aditya's words got stuck in his throat as he watched the scene in a horror. His crimson pupils contracted to the size of a needle. His eyes continued trembling as he looked at the 100 meters gigantic portal in disbelief. It was not that Aditya, but also Adam, Eddie, Tobias, Lucian, and everyone who was fighting and also watching the battlefield looked horrified. Suddenly, the 100-meter size portal, which already was gigantic in size, started expanding. Aditya and others were shocked beyond words. No words can explain the shock that everyone was currently feeling. The dungeon gate is expanding. This means more goblins can come out of the gate. The goblin numbers will increase. This is our end. All the soldiers felt the taste of despair when their hopes of ending this long-lasting battle and their dreams of safely returning homes were crushed. I will have to advance to third order. Aditya was able to sense some powerful aura coming from the portal. He instantly knew that as soon as the gate expansion stopped, he was going to be facing some strong enemies. Ding, does the host wishes to break through beginner third order? Yes, no, yes. Aditya closed his eyes while taking a deep breath. He needed this power. Ding, the host has decided to break through level 150. The host has decided to break through peak second order. Ding. The system has detected the presence of lightning element in the host's body, lightning element. Aditya was shocked. He then felt the beating of his other heart. The black heart is located on the right side of his chest. He put his hand on his right chest and felt the beating of his black heart. I have the heart of peak sixth order lightning forest deer. Did having the heart of lightning forest deer give me lightning nature affinity? Aditya remembered the lightning dash skill which he got after planting the black heart in his body. Ding, mixing two elements to create a new dragon bloodline. 1%, 99%. Ding, the host's bloodline will now start evolving. Suddenly, the sky above Aditya started turning dark. Dark clouds containing red lightning started appearing above his head. For a moment, everyone was confused about the sudden change in the weather. Strong gusts of wind started blowing from all directions. It was as if a storm was coming. No one understood who was responsible for this sudden change. Maybe this change is related to the sudden expansion of the dungeon gate size. Adam and others had this theory in their hearts. Meanwhile, blue lightning cracked around Aditya's body. Blue lightning was like tentacles moving around his body like snakes. At that moment, if one noticed closely then, they would see the blue lightning around Aditya was slowly losing its blue color. What is happening to Aditya? Julia and Sophie exchanged a look of confusion. Both mother and daughter have been observing Aditya for nearly 7 hours now. Both had no idea what Aditya was doing. It was not just Sophie and Julia. The emperor of Echo Dominion Empire, the goddess of wealth, and other prominent figures of this continent who were silently watching this whole battle unfold that had the same confused look. No one clearly knew why the weather suddenly started changing. More than thousands of kilometers away, Alicia Osborne, the goddess of wealth, the richest woman on the entire planet and the most beautiful woman on the continent of Westnia, suddenly looked up at the sky. Alicia couldn't help but frown as she looked at the dark clouds covering the sky. The dark clouds contained red lightning in them. What is happening? Alicia, when she heard the news of the Mana portal, she immediately had her men do some preparations. She has been watching the battle from the beginning. All the time her eyes were on one person. That person was her husband in the name. On the other side of the continent, the emperor of Echo Dominion Empire, who was sitting in the garden, also frowned while looking at the sky. In front of the emperor, there was a large rectangular screen that showed the battlefield. The emperor glanced at the dark clouds containing red lightning. This was the first time in his long life he had seen something like this. Meanwhile, the blue lightning around Aditya had changed to white before starting to turn red. Any goblin or devil crow or any being that came 50 meters near him was instantly killed by the red bolt of lightning. Unknown to Aditya, his blood evolution had caused dark clouds to cover the whole continent of the dying isle. No had one any idea what was going on. Why the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds containing red lightning bolts. About 5 minutes later, the dungeon gate finally stopped expanding. Right now, the dungeon gate had gone from being 100 meters in size to being 500 meters in size. The dungeon gate now looked simply colossal. Even from 100 km away, people would still be able to see the dungeon gate, while the lightning around Aditya kept on changing its color. From the 500 meters colossal size dungeon gate, a huge army of goblins marched outside. This time, all the goblins that came out of the dungeon gate were second orders to fourth orders. There were no first-order goblins. The army of goblins marched in formation. Seeing the huge number of goblins coming out of the dungeon gate, Adam and everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. The Emperor of Echo Dominion couldn't sit still anymore. Quickly tell Elder Anthony and Elder Evan to provide their assistance. Seeing a large number of goblins coming out, all the goblins suddenly stopped fighting. Adam frowned, seeing the large smiles on the goblins' faces. The army of goblins marched out of the dungeon gate and then stopped in front of the gate. In just 10 minutes, around 100,000 goblins' troops came out. Then the goblins moved aside, making a path for someone. Seeing the wild and lust-natured goblins behaving so formally and in an orderly manner, Adam gulped as he felt someone very important was going to come out of the portal. Adam's assumptions turned out to be true. His eyes started trembling as he felt the aura of a higher being. It was aura that he only felt when he visited the royal palace. A fifth order. No one needed to hear Adam's words to know who was coming out, because all the third order and fourth order cultivators were clearly able to feel this aura, while the first and two end order cultivators suddenly started feeling suffocated. From the portal, a dark green-skinned goblin wearing a black gold crown on his head walked out of the portal. The goblin had 1 meters in height and had a muscular body. The dark-skinned goblin had a katana on his waist. Following the dark-skinned goblin, 10 more peak fourth-order goblins came out of the portal. This is the Goblin King. Adam gulped. He only had heard of the Goblin King's existence in bedtime stories that his mother often used to tell him. Never did imagine that even in his wildest dreams he would come across a goblin rare. The Goblin King looked at the battlefield. There were no emotions on his face. He then briefly glanced at Adam and Lucian. Eventually, he raised his head and glanced at the being that was surrounded by crimson-red lightning. That's interesting. Never thought I would see a dragon evolving his bloodline while breaking through second order at the same time. Although the Goblin King's words weren't that loud, strangely, every single individual on the battlefield was able to hear his words. Aditya is evolving his bloodline. Julia was the first one to stand up in shock. It was not just the goddess of alchemy, but the Emperor of the Echo Dominion, the goddess of wealth, and other prominent figures on the continent also couldn't remain calm. It was then everyone turned their attention to Aditya. Aditya was standing 500 meters above the ground. He stood there like a statue, not moving even an inch. Under the watch of millions, his long blue hair started changing to crimson red. The dragon scales on his body started getting even thicker and stronger than before. The red lightning on the dark clouds cracked fiercely, as if announcing the birth of their king. The thunderous sounds of lightning were heard all over the continent. Whoever got near the red lightning, regardless of what cultivation or artifact or armor they had, all were destroyed and instantly reduced to ashes. Roar. Chapter 107. It was then everyone turned their attention to Aditya. Aditya was standing 500 meters above the ground. He stood there like a statue, not moving even an inch. Under the watch of millions, his long blue hair started changing to crimson red. The dragon scales on his body started getting even thicker and stronger than before. The red lightning on the dark clouds cracked fiercely, as if announcing the birth of their king. The thunderous sounds of lightning were heard all over the continent. Whoever got near the red lightning, regardless of their cultivation, artifact, or armor, was destroyed and instantly reduced to ashes. Roar. The faces of the millions of goblins and hundreds of thousands of soldiers changed instantly hearing the thunderous roar. Not even a second had passed when bright golden and crimson rays of light started penetrating the dark clouds. What is happening now? At this point, no one was able to remain calm anymore. It was as if heaven was welcoming the evolution of heavenly crimson dragon. The bright golden and crimson rays of light penetrated the cloud from all directions. Under everyone's shocked and disbelieved gazes, the rays of light joined together and took the transparent shape of a dragon. Even the Goblin King, who was the most powerful being on the battlefield, couldn't resist the fear that made him shiver in fear, something that he had forgotten many centuries ago. The dragon had red crimson eyes. Its body was a mix of crimson and golden rays of light. The dragon had two large wings that extended over 50 meters. Its entire body was over 150 meters in size. The dragon was behind Aditya, like it was protecting him from any kind of attack. The black heart in Aditya's right chest began beating violently as the mana in Aditya's body continued increasing. Loud, thunderous red lightning flickered over the dark clouds. The red lightning of heaven seems to be dancing in the excitement. A new page of the history is going to be written. No one knew who said those words, but everyone in their hearts secretly agreed. Some even went far as to believe that a new page of history already had been written when Aditya was born. The 150 meters gigantic image of a dragon that was made from crimson and golden light rays moved a little. The light rays that made up the body of the dragon started entering Aditya's body from behind. This itself shocked many individuals. As the light rays entered his body, the image of the dragon behind Aditya also started shrinking in size. A minute later, all the golden and crimson light rays had entered his body. The next second, everything suddenly went quiet. No one dared to say any words. Everyone silently stared at the man who was standing 500 meters above the ground. The silence lasted for 5 seconds when Aditya, the Dragon King, opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving. Ding! The host has evolved into Divine Crimson Storm Dragon. Ding! The presence of a foreign element has influenced the host's dragon bloodline. At this moment, Aditya had no idea what sort of disaster he had caused all over the continent of Dying Isle. Aditya felt that his entire body was full of power. Each cell in his body was filled with power. He felt he can kill anyone at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for officially stepping on the path of becoming the Dragon Monarch. Ding! The host has gained a new title, Dragon Monarch. Ding! The host's mana has been increased by 1,000 plus. Aditya felt something burning in his chest. The next second he let out a huge dragon roar. Roar, boom. The roar was so powerful that it instantly pushed away all the dark clouds above his head. In an instant, all the dark clouds covering the 20 km big battlefield were pushed away just from the roar. The roar was so strong that it spread more than 100 kilometers radius. All the dragons and races possessing a little bit of dragon bloodline instinctively kneeled facing Aditya. Everyone was shocked when the dragons who were fighting and dealing with the devil crows suddenly changed to their dragon form. Those dragons lowered their heads while looking in the direction of Aditya. It was as if they were bowing their heads to the Dragon Monarch. Ding! The host has triggered a new function of the system. Please check out the new function of the system later. Ding! The host has acquired new innate skills. Ding! The host has learned a new innate skill, Dragon Roar. Ding! The host has learned a new innate skill, Crimson Lightning Manipulation. Ding! The host has learned a new innate skill, Dragon Monarch Blessing. Ding! The host has learned a new passive skill, Enraged Lightning Spell. Ding! The host has learned. Aditya ignored other messages of the system. He was waiting to see what class he would receive. Ding! A random mythical class will be chosen for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting mythical class Storm Marshal Ding. All of the host's stats have been increased by 50 plus Ding. Mythical class Storm Marshal has been upgraded to 3rd order Ding. Mythical class War Dancer class has been upgraded to 3rd order Ding. The host has learned an innate skill, Storm Summoner Ding. The host has learned a passive skill, Acid Rain Ding. The host has learned a passive skill, Storm Flight Ding. All of the host's passive skills have been evolved because I have the Black Heart, which was the heart of Peak 6th Order Lightning Forest Deer. Now I have gained Crimson Lightning Manipulation. Aditya looked back and found that his crimson wings also have changed. His wings' size had increased. Not only that, his crimson scales now looked much more durable and thicker than before. I have become the Dragon Monarch. Aditya knew that this is the peak of his bloodline. The word divine itself was something that was out of this world. Right now, even if Aditya stopped killing people for experience points, he still can beat all the genius on the continent with his cultivation speed. Aditya's cultivation speed, mana recovery speed, stamina recovery speed, and health recovery speed all have increased. About 10 km away from Aditya, a certain someone was watching him. That person couldn't help but smile seeing the man whose hair was starting to return to its original blue color. I guess I was worried for nothing. Another woman in disguise walked up to that person. Fufu, our husband is really strong. I can't wait to meet him. He is not my husband yet. Let's get out of here. I can feel that the dungeon portal won't last long. With his new powers, I am sure he will be able to take care of this. The two women disappeared from the army as if they never existed in the first place. Everyone had their eyes on Aditya. They looked at him as if he was the most priceless treasure in the whole world. Let's finish this. Aditya looked at Adam. It seems the wild lion understood what his son-in-law wanted to do. Deep down, he was starting to feel that his son-in-law deserved the title of savage more than he did. Everyone, retreat if you don't want to die. No one understood what was happening. For a second, no one moved from their places. After a few seconds, seeing that Adam and other 4th Orders were retreating back, all the soldiers moved back as well. Meanwhile, the Goblin King frowned seeing that the other party had suddenly started retreating. I admit that after evolving your bloodline you have become very strong. But Dragon, at the end of the day, you're just a beginner 3rd Order which I can crush at any time. Don't you dare assume that just because you have evolved your bloodline, you can kill all of us in a single attack. All the goblins and some soldiers agreed with what the Goblin King said. But those who knew Aditya and those who have been closely watching him kill goblins had faith in Aditya. They did not doubt his abilities. Aditya showed a small smile in response to the Goblin King's words. Aditya's exhausted mana had recovered after he had evolved and broke through beginner 3rd Order. Aditya's current mana had reached 3,900 without using any skills. Right now he was using all of his mana in his next attack. The sky, which was cleared by Aditya's dragon roar, suddenly started turning dark once again. Dark clouds with red lightning flickering hovered over his head. What is he doing? The Goblin King did not have to wait long as the next moment intense, bright red light penetrated the clouds, and for a second made everyone unconsciously close their eyes. Chapter 108. What is he doing? The Goblin King did not have to wait long as the next moment intense, bright red light penetrated the clouds, and for a second made everyone unconsciously close their eyes. Everyone did not have to wait long to find out what he was doing. In the next second, millions of people saw something that they will never forget in their lives. A bright crimson flash of light for a second blinded everyone. What followed next was a thunderous roar from heaven. Before anyone could understand what was going on, a thunderous sound almost broke their eardrums. Many first soldiers instantly lost their consciousness from the loud sound of the lightning strike. The sound was so loud that even from 200 km away, people were still able to hear it. When the crimson light ended, Adam opened his eyes. When he looked at the battlefield, he and others only saw an endless mist of blood mixed with dust covering the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, Aditya's face did not look good at all. This was the second time in a single day that he was completely exhausted his huge mana reserve. His face was white as a sheet of paper. Aditya's lips looked dry as if all the blood from his face has been drained. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He breathed heavily, trying to take in as much as oxygen he can. If one looked close enough then, they would find a small smile that was barely visible on his pale white face. This smile was the smile of pure happiness and excitement. The reason behind this weak yet so happy-looking smile was because of the countless number of system notifications that was ringing in his head. Ding, you have killed a mid-third order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-third order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-fourth order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-fourth order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-fourth order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-fourth order goblin warrior. Your experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed a mid-fourth order goblin warrior. Ding, Soul Blaze has reached 100% ding. For the next 10 seconds, all of the host stats will be increased by 40%. Soul Blaze was a passive skill that evolved from Aura of Soul Fire after Aditya reached beginner third order. Aditya chose not to advance his cultivator for various reasons. The first and foremost reason was the people. The crowd would definitely get suspicious if he, the person who just had broken through third order, suddenly reached mid-third order or even peak third order. The second reason was that Aditya wanted to take some time to familiarize himself with his new powers and skills. Those saved-up experience points were like his ultimate life-saving trump cards. Aditya was feeling very weak right now. He was having trouble even keeping himself standing in the air. He slowly began descending from the sky. Meanwhile, Adam was the first one to recover from his shocked state. With the wave of his hand, all the dust and the mist of blood that was covering the battlefield like a blanket was pushed away. What Adam and others saw next left them terrified. Especially the nobles and the people who were Adam's enemies felt as if they had seen their worst nightmares. It was as if what they were seeing right now was a silent threat to all of them. It was warning them to not mess with Adam, otherwise this monster will definitely reduce them to dust. Alicia, Julia, Sophie, the Emperor, and other prominent figures of the continent who were secretly observing this battle, using an artifact, gasped as they looked at the mess that a mere beginner 3 order has created. This wasn't something that even a peak 5th order would be capable of doing. The millions of goblins that once took most parts of the battlefield were nowhere to be seen anymore. The 500 meters gigantic dungeon gate that created fear in the hearts of millions was nowhere to be seen as well. It was as if the dungeon gate never existed in the first place. As if this wasn't enough, there was a huge crater that covered more than 18 km area of the battlefield. If Adam and other 4th order had not used their mana to protect everyone, many would have been fired from the high temperature of the crimson lightning that descended from heaven. Previously, the battlefield was covered in a river of blood, flesh, bodies, soldiers, and adventurers' bodies. But right now, there wasn't even a trace of blood left. The crater that was 18 km in size was also 1,500 meters deep. While descending from the sky, Aditya widened his eyes in horror when his gaze landed on the figure that once looked very majestic and noble. Right now he looked like nothing but a beggar on the street. The previously calm and noble aura around him was long gone. Right now he only had that crazy expression on his face. How is he still alive? Aditya couldn't help but sigh, seeing that the Goblin King was still alive. Even though the Goblin King had lost one of his arms and was bleeding from many places, he still looked like he can continue this battle. Aditya noticed that all the armor and the weapon that the Goblin King had also was nowhere to be seen. Instead, his dark green-skinned body was now pitch black, as if his skin had been roasted. The Goblin King had his eyes set on the figure with crimson wings. There was a trace of fear in his eyes that no one was able to notice. If I had not sacrificed my battle armor and my 5-star weapon, I would have died there. I must kill that dragon before he comes after me. Aditya saw the Goblin King step out of the crater. I guess it's not easy to kill a 5th order. A 5th order was completely different from a 4th order cultivator. At my current state, I cannot fight him. I guess I will leave things to others. I already have done more than enough. In this long battle, Aditya's killing count was more than a few million. If not for him, the goblin would have overwhelmed the army of 1 million, and the battle would have ended with the goblins winning. From time to time, Aditya kept on using his powers to kill and kept the goblins' number under check, even though he could not save hundreds of thousands of soldiers and adventurers who died in this battle, because more than 800,000 soldiers and adventurers were able to survive. Aditya had saved the lives of millions of people. He was the hero of this battle. Seeing Aditya leaving, the Goblin King roared using his remaining strength. "Dragon, don't even think of running away. I swear I will kill you today no matter what happens." Everyone felt goosebumps hearing the loud voice of the Goblin King. How the hell did that bastard even survive this kind of attack? Adam and Tobias looked at each other in shock. He must have used a life-saving artifact. He looks seriously injured now. Even if he is a 5th order, right now he had lost an arm, and he is seriously injured from the earlier attack. I think all of us combined should have the strength to kill him. Just as all the 4th orders were preparing to face the Goblin King, they heard a voice. "There is no need. You all have fought very bravely today. I will take it from here." Aditya shivered hearing the voice. He could not even feel the presence of another being. When he turned his head, he found an old man with a long beard silently flying past him. While flying past Aditya, the old man gave him a small smile which only Aditya noticed. The Goblin King's face turned very ugly, as if he was forced to eat rotten meat. The other side has a 5th order with him. Right now there is no way the Goblin King could take on a 5th order. He started thinking of a plan to escape. Now that the dungeon gate has been closed, he had no escape routes left. Elder Evan, just kill him. Once again Aditya was startled to hear another voice. When he turned his head to his right, he saw another old man. This old man was bald and was 5'7" meters tall in height. He silently stood in the air beside Aditya. "Boy, I have watched your performance. You have a bright future ahead of you. If you keep hard working, I am sure in a decade, no, maybe in a few years, you will be able to the main continent." Meanwhile, the old man named Evan silently killed the Goblin King, ending the invasion. "Thank you for the kind words. I will do my best." Aditya had no interest in the main continent. The only reason he pursued power was that he needed it to protect his loved ones and his kingdom. Once a cultivator reaches peak 5th order, that cultivator is allowed to go to the main continent. The mana density in the main continent was said to be very high compared to the other 6 continents. The main continent was like a heaven for the cultivators. "All right, now that our work is done, we shall take our leave." In the next second, both 5th order cultivators disappeared. Aditya landed on the ground. He was still shocked about everything. What an ending. "Are you all right?" Adam walked up to Aditya and asked him. Aditya somehow nodded his pale face. With each passing second, he could feel his body getting heavier. "I think I kind of overpushed myself," Aditya replied while breathing heavily. Adam put his hand on Aditya's right shoulder and smiled. "I cannot thank you enough for what you did today." Aditya gave a weak smile as he looked at the wild lion's eyes. "Uncle, we're a family. There is no need to thank me. I was only looking out for my family member. Besides, I can't make Julia sad by letting you die." Adam's right eye twitched uncontrollably. Adam and Aditya smiled after a moment of silence. Adam knew that Aditya was only joking. "Boy, since you have saved my ass today, I won't say anything. You can take some rest." "Uncle, I have one last question. If we had 2 powerful 5th order cultivators, why we did not use them from the beginning?" This could have prevented all of those 100,000 soldiers and adventurers from dying. Sigh, those old leaves are already nearing the end of their life. If they participated in a battle, their conditions only would have deteriorated. His Majesty kept those two elders as a last resort. Aditya, hearing the familiar voice that was filled with warmth, concern, care, and various deep emotions, Aditya felt help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Without being bothered about the 100,000 soldiers and adventurers who had their eyes on one person, she ran at full speed. The next second, Aditya, the Dragon Monarch, the king of the Eastern Kingdom, found himself being hugged. His cold heart warmed up. This was the warmth that Aditya fought so hard to protect. You were so reckless today. Right now, the goddess of alchemy did not care about being stared at by 100,000 soldiers and adventurers. To her, all these people did not matter at all. She did not care about her image nor about her reputation. The goddess only wanted to hug the person who had managed to carve his name in her heart. Aditya ignored the cold glare that he was getting from Adam. He wrapped his hand around her waist as a warm and gentle smile bloomed on his face. Princess, I am covered in blood, right? Although all the blood of the goblins that were on his body already have been dried up, the Dragon King did not want his woman to hug him while he was covered in blood. Chapter 109. I don't care. The goddess cried in his embrace. Aditya slowly relaxed his body. When he was in the battlefield, he had to be in high alert of his surroundings as he did not want to get backstabbed by a goblin. Now that his woman was here, the person that he trusted the most was here, he finally let his guard down. Princess, I don't think I can hold on for much longer. I will leave the rest to you. The final thing that Aditya saw before falling asleep was the gentle-looking Sophie nodding her head at him. Aditya is not sure if there was any tear in her eyes or not. Julia smiled, looking at the peaceful sleeping face of the Dragon King, who now had become the Dragon Monarch. She was concerned about his white, pale face. Meanwhile, Sophie walked up to her husband. Just like her daughter, the mother also did not shy away from giving her husband a big hug. Adam deserved a warm hug after all the hardship he went through today. Adam welcomed the hug. In front of his wife, nothing else mattered to him. Are you hurt anywhere? The mother of the goddess asked in a choked tone. She was barely restraining her tears. When this huge mana portal appeared near their home, Sophie seems to have lost her sleep. She did not know how her husband will protect everything. Her husband was carrying the burden of millions of people. At first, Sophie was hell-bent on joining Adam in this fight. If Adam was going to die here, she too would have fought till the end. But then Adam's words changed her mind. Even if Adam and everyone died in this battle, he made sure that Sophie would have there to look after his children. When this battle had began, the chances of Adam returning was less than 50%. All this time Sophie held her tears, as she did not want to worry his daughter and her son. But now all of those locked-up emotions was on the verge of breaking out. Adam sighed as he understood what his dear wife was going through. Don't worry, my condition is at least better than that boy. Thanks to this bastard, I will no longer have to spend weeks on cleaning this battlefield. Aditya's lightning attack practically had reduced all the dead bodies to ashes which were probably buried under the ground. Hearing her husband's words, Sophie smiled and said nothing. But she and Adam knew if not for Aditya, then they wouldn't have been hugging each other right now. The dark clouds that Aditya had summoned when using his final attack still remained covering the sky. Soon drops of rain started falling from the sky. Patter, patter. Unlike before, this rain was much gentle. The rain seems to be washing the fatigue of all the soldiers and the adventurers. The soldiers and the adventurers used this chance to clean their bodies, while the women restrained themselves. Even if they wanted to clean themselves, they couldn't do it in front of such large crowd of males. From the top of the city walls, Adam hugged Sophie's waist and watched the scene where all the soldiers and adventurers celebrated. Everyone, I won't say much words since I am not good with speeches, but tonight all the drinks and foods will be on the Honard house. Drink as much as you can. That night, Abigail City did not sleep at all. All the soldiers drank alcohol to their heart content, while some soldiers and adventurers mourned the deaths of their fallen comrades. In the Eastern Kingdom, Alicia lied on the bed with a smile on her face. Today she had prepared herself for the worst. Little she knew that she was going for a massive surprise and shock. Aditya's performance was what that surprised and impressed her the most. Never thought that just within 2.5 months, I would see someone change this much. I wonder what King Ethan would think if he heard of this. Don't those foolish kings realize that they cannot go against the Dragon King? On Ard Castle, the family finally returned home after a long day. Fortunately, before the battle had started, Sophie had put Zack in a long sleep. No one in the house wanted the little one to witness this kind of things at such early age. I will go and take a bath first. Just like Aditya, Adam's body was also covered in goblin's blood. I will prepare dinner for us. Sophie quickly went to the kitchen. Today she was beyond happy. The catastrophic event passed, and fortunately her family still managed to survive this event. She, head of the house, wanted to prepare something extra delicious and special for this event. Mom, where is Walter? Julia looked at Aditya, who was deep in his sleep. I don't think it will be best to call Walter right now. Why don't you wash Aditya's body by yourself? Walter had joined the battle. The old butler refused to sit in the castle when his master fought against the goblins. Julia's face instantly turned red hearing her mother's words. What? If you can't do it, then shall I call the maids to wash Aditya's body? Sophie asked with a smile on her face. Her mother's words seemed to have touched her sensitive nerve. There was no way the goddess would allow a maid to wash her husband's body. Only she and his future wives had that right. There is no need to call any maids. I will clean his body by myself, Julia declared in a cold tone before carrying Aditya walking back to his bedroom. Watching her daughter leave, Sophie shook her head with a smile before going to the kitchen. Look at his sleeping face. Why do I have to clean his body? The goddess of alchemy complained while holding a wet towel. First, remove his upperwear. Julia bit her lips as she put her hands to remove the t-shirt that tightly glued to his body, highlighting his abs and muscles. Right now she was feeling embarrassed and also a little bit of excited. Even though this shameless dragon had teased her in the past, he never showed his naked body to her. Julia slowly pulled the t-shirt, revealing his abs and stomach, which were covered in blood. Julia did not mind the blood on his body. It did not disgust her even a bit. Instead, she was somewhat happy about being able to clean his body. Of course, the goddess wouldn't admit it to anyone. As Julia finished removing the t-shirt, she couldn't help but stop for a moment, noticing the small crimson scales covering his chest, neck, throat, collarbone, and his shoulders. These scales acted as an armor and has protected Aditya many times. Come to think of it, I never have seen Aditya in his dragon form. Julia murmured in a low tone as she used the wet towel to gently clean his chest. The way she moved her hands, it was as if she was cleaning the most delicate thing in the whole world. She moved as slow as possible to not wake him from his deep sleeping state. She knew that her man needed a few days of rest after all the things that he did today. While cleaning, the goddess has to admit that her man's body was very sexy. He had a lean, muscular body with a perfect 6 abs. It felt really good to touch his abs, but Julia never admits such thing to another soul. Julia took her time to clean his body. After she was done with the upper part, she now had to clean the lower part. The goddess's face turned red as a tomato as she slowly pulled his pant down. Fortunately, Aditya was deep in his sleep. Fortunately, no one was watching her. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to continue. Even though no one was watching her, the goddess's heart beat very fast. She felt as if she was committing some kind of crime. She was feeling a mix of nervousness and excited. After a long time, Julia was finally done with cleaning Aditya's body. As his clothes were soaked in blood of those filthy goblins, she had to throw away those clothes and also change the bed sheet, which also was stained with blood. Knowing that she cannot leave him naked, she took out a set of pajamas and put them on his body. All this took almost an hour. After she was done, she finally sighed in relief. After taking one last look after Aditya, she left the room. Where is Zach? Julia returned to the living room after taking a bath to clean her body as well. He is sleeping. He won't wake up until tomorrow morning. What about Aditya? Sophie asked as she put the bowl of soup on the table. I don't think he is going to wake up anytime soon. I guess he will be sleeping till tomorrow or maybe day after tomorrow. Ever since the starting of this battle, Aditya had consumed his mana many times. Even though his body was not injured, his mental health was very exhausted. Given his sudden breakthrough and also his bloodline evolving, Aditya's body will take some time to adjust. It looks we the three of us are going to have dinner together. Yeah, the family started having their dinner. Adam ate more than usual. Recovering mana takes a lot of energy. He was super hungry after a whole day of fight. It was normal for a cultivator to eat more food than an ordinary people. All the nobles are using the teleportation array to head back to their respective territories. What about Grandpa Tobias and Uncle Eddie? Julia asked. Both of them are fine. They are celebrating with the soldiers. I guess for the next few days they will be taking it easy. Adam did not blame them. After that battle, everyone deserved a few days of rest. In fact, he was also planning on taking a few days off. I hope you haven't forgotten about our daughter's birthday. Sophie reminded Adam, only 7 more days are left. Don't worry about it. I already have finished inviting all the nobles and all our allies from neighboring kingdoms. I am also planning on hiring 10,000 second and third order mercenaries to increase security of the city. So everything should be fine. Sophie nodded with a relieved smile, but we still have one problem. That is, our castle is still broken. After a moment of silence, Adam sighed. Don't worry, tomorrow I will ask the construction team to resume their work. 2 days later, the Dragon Monarch finally decided to open his eyes. After opening his eyes, he looked around to find himself in his bedroom. Aditya relaxed his body and his muscles. He stared at the ceiling for a while before opening the system to learn about all the changes that took place. Chapter 110. 2 days later, the Dragon Monarch finally decided to open his eyes. After opening his eyes, he looked around to find himself in his bedroom. Aditya relaxed his body and his muscles. He stared at the ceiling for a while before opening the system to learn about all the changes that took place. System log ding. The host has evolved into Divine Crimson Storm Dragon, so because of the new bloodline I can fully manipulate fire, lightning, and storm. Aditya's bloodline had reached divine rank, the highest rank bloodline that anyone has ever awakened. What is this? Ding! Congratulations to the host for officially stepping on the path of becoming the Dragon Monarch. Ding! The host has gained a new title, Dragon Monarch. Ding! The host's mana has been increased by 1,000 plus. Come to think of it, the system's name is Dragon Monarch System. I guess from the beginning, the purpose of the system has to make me the Dragon Monarch. Not that I hate this idea or anything. Aditya continued reading through the system logs. Ding! The host has triggered a new function of the system. Please check out the new function of the system later. I will check out this new function later. Ding! The host has learned a new innate skill Dragon Roar. Ding! The host has learned a new innate skill Crimson Lightning Manipulation. Ding! The host has learned a new innate skill Dragon Monarch Blessing. Ding! The host has learned a new passive skill Enraged Lightning Spell. Ding! The host has learned Lightning Armor. So these are the skills that I got for evolving my bloodline. Aditya wasn't sure how long it would take him to adapt to using new elemental power with his existing fighting style. I wonder if I can combine lightning with fire. Ding! A random mythical class will be chosen for the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting mythical class Storm Marshal. Storm Marshal. Did the system purposely choose this mythical class to help me in controlling my lightning powers? Aditya wondered out loud. Ding! All of the host's stats have been increased by 50 plus. Ding! Mythical class Storm Marshal has been upgraded to 3rd order. Ding! Mythical class War Dancer class has been upgraded to 3rd order. My Rune Monarch class is also near breakthrough third order. By today or by tomorrow, I should be able to break through third order. Ding, the host has learned an innate skill, Storm Summoner. Ding. The host has learned a passive skill, Acid Rain. Ding. The host has learned a passive skill, Storm Flight. Ding. All of the host's passive skills have evolved. Ding. Passive skill Blast of Divine Fury has evolved into Inferno Overdrive. Ding. Passive skill Crimson Blink has evolved into Crimson Lightning Blink. Ding. Passive skill Lunar Vision has evolved into Fiery Eyes. Ding. Passive skill Aura of Soul Fire has evolved into Soul Blaze. Ding. Passive skill Disturbance of Blessings has evolved into Curse of the Heaven. Ding. Passive skill Mystic Surge has evolved into Blessing of Crimson. Ding. Passive skill Charm of Inferno Rune has evolved into Charm of Plasma. Ding. Passive skill Silence Mind has evolved into Mental Defense. Ding. Passive skill Lightning Dash has evolved into Crimson Lightning Dash. Just like before, all of my passive skills have evolved again. I wonder if this will continue when the breath through fourth order. Ding. Due to special conditions, the passive skill Eruption Wave has evolved into the innate skill Magma Manipulation. Ding. All of the innate skills have been upgraded to third order status. Name: Aditya Baneth Race, Dragon Bloodline, Divine Crimson Storm Dragon Title, Dragon Monarch Class, War Dancer Rune Monarch Storm Martial Level, 100 Right Arrow 151 Innate Skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation, Crimson Blaze Weapon Grandmaster, Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation, Right Arrow New Skills Dragon Roar, Crimson Lightning Manipulation, Dragon Monarch Blessing, Storm Summoner, New Skills, Enraged Lightning Spell Lightning Armor Storm Flight Acid Rain Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Crown of 7 Sea Strength, 260 Right Arrow 311 plus 50 Right Arrow 361 Speed, 400 plus, 100 plus, Right Arrow 451 plus 50 plus, 100 plus, Right Arrow 501 plus, 100 Stamina, 235 Right Arrow 286 plus 50 Right Arrow 336 Health, 235 Right Arrow 286 plus 50 Right Arrow 336 Mana, 2, 800 Right Arrow 2, 851 plus 1000 plus 50 Right Arrow 3, 901 Free Stats, 0 Right Arrow 102. Click. When Aditya was busy reading the system logs, Julia opened the door and walked in. Hearing the door opening noise, he raised his head to see the goddess entering his room. "You're finally awake." Julia had a small, gentle smile on her face. "What do you mean by finally?" Aditya asked back, sigh. Julia put her hands on her waist and sighed. "My Dragon King, you have been sleeping for 2 days now. I was starting to worry that you might never wake up." 2 days. Aditya was not that shocked. Only he knew how mental and physically exhausted he was. "How is everything?" Julia walked up to Aditya and sat on the edge of the bed. "Everything is going very well. During these 2 days, His Majesty had rewarded every adventurer who participated in this fight with golds and cultivation resources. Dad has been taking care of everything." Aditya nodded with a relieved smile. Fortunately, they managed to withstand this calamity without losing too many lives. "One more thing, His Majesty. The Emperor of Echo Dominion has praised your bravery and said that he was going to attend my birthday party. Now that's surprising." Previously, Adam had invited the king and the whole royal family. Aditya and everyone were sure that the king wouldn't attend this event. He instead would send one of the princes or princesses in his place. Not only that, His Majesty also has sent a reward of 10 million royal gold coins to the Anard household for successfully stopping the invasion. During this invasion, the Anard household used all of its resources. All the pills that Julia made over the years, all the weapons and the expense of teleportation arrays, everything was on the Anard house. It could be said that in this invasion, the Anard family had lost almost half of their military powers. It was only right for the king to reward Duke Adam with 10 million royal gold coins. The king did this to prevent the power balance within the nobles from changing. After this invasion, there was a chance that the House of Campbell might overtake the Honard House, becoming the strongest duke in the empire. This change would have come with lots of unnecessary troubles for the emperor. That means Julia's birthday is going to be after 5 days, and I still haven't prepared a birthday gift for her. Aditya moved the blanket that was covering his body aside and stood up to enter the washroom. But then he stopped noticing the different clothes he was currently wearing. Seeing Aditya look at his clothes, the princess instantly blushed. For some reason, the image of his strong, naked body came to her mind. How can the Dragon Monarch not understand the meaning of her flushed red face? Aditya smiled as he gently raised the goddess's face to meet his gaze with his right hand. "My princess, it looks like you really took advantage of my deep sleeping state." The princess didn't dare look in his eyes. Right now her cheeks were red, making her look cuter. Aditya grinned as he brought his face near her and gently whispered in her right ear, "Did you like my body?" When his hot breath hit her neck and right ear, her face instantly turned red. Even her ears were slightly red at this point. Seeing the princess like this, Aditya decided to stop teasing her. Meanwhile, Julia wondered what was wrong with her. She knew this shameless man was going to tease her like this, but she did not push him away. Instead, her heart was expecting something. Aditya, without being bothered, started removing his pajamas. When Aditya finished removing his upper wear, Julia looked at his abs before turning her head away. She covered her eyes with her hands as she spoke in a shuddering tone. What are you doing? What am I doing? I am changing, of course. You already saw me naked, so why are you feeling embarrassed?" Aditya casually asked. Seeing Aditya so calm, Julia suddenly very dissatisfied. "HMPH, I am not interested in seeing your perverted body," saying the goddess was about to walk out of his bedroom. Seeing this, Aditya chuckled before replying, "Last time I remember, it was you who cleaned this perverted body." Aditya got a cold glare from the princess before she walked out of his room. Bang! She closed the door. Aditya smiled before taking the towel that was kept on the couch. "Don't be late for breakfast. Everyone is waiting for you." "All right." Dragon Monarch. Description: the Dragon Monarch is the king of all dragons. All dragons will unconsciously submit to and obey the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was born to rule. The Dragon Monarch was born to become one of the supreme existence in the universe. Title Effect 1. Any dragon, no matter which cultivation order it has, will submit to and obey the Dragon Monarch's will. Title Effect 2. Increases the fighting power of the Dragon Monarch's subordinates, comrades, and soldiers by 25% during battle. Chapter 111. Dragon Monarch Description: the Dragon Monarch is the king of all dragons. All dragons will unconsciously submit to and obey the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was born to rule. The Dragon Monarch was born to become one of the supreme existence in the universe. Title Effect 1. Any dragon, no matter which cultivation order it has, will submit to and obey the Dragon Monarch's will. Title Effect 2. Increases the fighting power of the Dragon Monarch's subordinates, comrades, and soldiers by 25% during battle. I still have a long way to go if I want to truly become the Dragon Monarch. Aditya knew right now he only had taken the first step in becoming the Dragon Monarch. Just evolving his bloodline to divine rank won't be enough, but still to able to increase the fighting powers of soldiers during battle times by 25% is going to be a big thing. My soldiers would be easily able to overwhelm the enemy soldiers. Aditya remembered that he had 1 or 2 passive skills, which also gave his soldiers a significant power boost during battles. My bloodline allows me to make all dragons obey me. Aditya thought for a moment. He was thinking about the possibility of taming the dragon clans that lived on this continent and bring them to his kingdom. Unlike normal nobles, the chances of dragons betraying him would be less than 0.0000001%. Maybe I should head deeper into the Silver Meadow Grove and find more wyverns. Aditya already had 3 wyverns that followed him everywhere. It was because of these 3 wyverns that Aditya had managed to win the battles with the Zulux dynasty so easily and so quickly. Also, now that my bloodline has evolved, maybe I can give a drop of the golden blood to the wyverns and see if they undergo any evolutional changes. Before when Aditya gave his golden blood to Watson and other trusted humans who worked under him, they were able to become his Dragonians. Now that his bloodline had evolved, maybe there is a possibility that Aditya's golden blood now can also turn people from other races into his Dragonians. Speaking of Dragonians, I wonder how they are doing. Aditya wondered if his Dragonians had gone through changes when his heavenly bloodline evolved into divine bloodline. Storm Marshal Third Order description. In ancient times, the sky was dominated by Storm Marshal class holders. In front of mighty Storm Marshal class holders, even the gods and the goddess had to bow their heads. 300 plus. This class is very powerful, undoubtedly one of the most powerful mythical classes in the whole world. Aditya already could feel excited just thinking of getting a huge boost of a 50% increase in his mana. Currently, he had around 3,901 plus mana. If his mana suddenly increases by 50%, he would have a total of 5,851 plus mana, which is really huge. Aditya can't even begin to imagine how powerful a lightning attack made by using 5,851 plus mana would be. I can't also ignore the 300 plus agility passive stats that I am receiving from this class. Aditya suddenly started to feel that the goblin invasion was a blessing in disguise. Because of killing millions of goblins, Aditya now won't have to go out to hunt to level up. After about 20 minutes, Aditya arrived at the dining table to find that everyone was waiting for him. Good morning, Uncle, Auntie, and Zach. Good morning, Aditya. Big brother, you're finally awake. Little Zach, Julia's little brother, looked very happy to see Aditya finally awake. These days, the little boy has been wanting to play with his big brother. He also wanted his big brother to teach him some fighting moves, as he had heard from the soldiers and the citizens of Abigail City about how cool his big brother was. After learning about all the heroic deeds that his brother had done, Aditya had become his hero and his idol. Hello, Zach. Do you have school today? Aditya asked while taking his seat between Zach and Julia. The princess pouted as she remembered how this shameless man teased her. Unfortunately, I have school today, but I will be back a few hours early. Big brother, after I come back from school, will you play with me? Seeing those sparkling eyes of the little boy, Aditya couldn't bring himself to say no. I still haven't found a gift for the princess, and her birthday is right around the corner. I was planning on finding a unique gift for her today. Aditya is not good at choosing gifts, but considering that Julia was a very important person to him, he at least wanted his gift to be unique. Maybe Zach can help me. Julia's brother surely would know what she likes and what she dislikes. Instead of playing, why don't I take you out to play around the city? Aditya asked with a smile. He then glanced at Sophie and Adam as if asking for their permission. After all, the safety of the prince was a big matter, as he was the next head of the honored household. You can take Zach with you, but don't stay out late. Aditya lightly nodded his head and then started eating. For some reason, talking with Sophie made him remember an old woman who always said the same words. Unfortunately, she passed away at an early age. Aditya can barely recall what she looked like. After having breakfast, Adam left to do his duties as the Duke. Sophie, meanwhile, returned to her room and was slowly getting ready. Today, she and Julia were invited to a party held by the noble women of the empire. These kinds of parties were very normal among the noble circle, though it looked like neither Sophie nor Julia looked the least bit interested in going to that party. According to Julia, these parties are excellent ways of forming connections with other nobles. These kinds of parties were very popular in this region of the continent. What should I do now? Aditya was left alone. He went and searched for old man Tobias. He had not seen that old vampire since the goblin invasion. I am sorry, kid, but right now I am busy. Aditya found the old vampire engraving runes on the city walls. He was making another defensive formation. The previous city's defensive formation was destroyed by the mana wave. At this point, I don't think you will need my help. Just study the notes that I had given you. With your talent eventually, you will learn to make third-order rune spells in a few days without failing. Right now, Aditya had reached a point where the chances of his 3-star rune spells working were above 90%. But the Dragon Monarch wasn't satisfied. He wanted to reach 100%, which is why he came to the old men. Hearing the words of the old vampire, some students of the old men stared at Aditya in admiration. Before they only had heard of the genius from the old man Tobias. This was the first time they were seeing him. During the goblin invasion, the old man did not allow his students to participate in the big battle, as he knew that his students had no talent for fighting. Sending his students to the battlefield was like sacrificing them to die. All right, if I have any doubts, can I still come to you? Anytime, kid. Also, if you have time, be sure to head to the library and read the books on advanced rune spells. I had collected those books with a lot of effort. All right. Aditya then disappeared from the top of the western walls of the city. Around 5 km away from Apogale City, in the forest, there was a young man whose body was covered by a black cloak. The man had long dark blue hair and attractive crimson eyes and a handsome face. Right now the Dragon Monarch had come out of the city to look for a rare metal that was being smuggled by some bandits. After talking with old man Tobias, Aditya went back to the castle. He then happened to meet his father-in-law, who wanted him to caretake of the bandits. It was more like a request from Adam's side. The damage done by the mana wave, and the goblin invasion kept Adam's hands full. It will take him weeks if not months to deal with everything. Julia's father had no choice but to ask Aditya to deal with this bandit group since he was free right now. Aditya agreed after learning that these bandits were supposed to be smuggling some rare metal from another empire. Adam also agreed to let Aditya keep a small percentage of the smuggled rare metals. This is also a perfect opportunity to test out some of my new skills. 2 pairs of red dragon wings appeared on his back. The next second, the Dragon Monarch flew off to the sky and vanished. 100 plus, it will consume 20 plus per minute to keep the first function activated. Function 2. When there is a storm, the agility of the user will be increased to 200 plus. Storm flight is a really good skill. Aditya smiled as he can imagine how beneficial this skill would become during tough situations. Lightning armor, third order description. A special type of skill that can be used by those who can freely manipulate lightning nature. Function 1. The user can make a transparent lightning armor using lightning element. It will consume 20 plus mana per second to keep the lightning armor activated. When the lightning armor is made, the user's defense will be highly increased. Function 2. When the first function of this skill is used, the user's strength will be increased by 100 plus. Aditya nodded with a satisfied smile. With this skill, he now had an extra layer of defense. As he had a huge reserve of mana, he can simultaneously use multiple skills without having to worry about exhausting his mana. 500 plus mana. The user can summon powerful acid rain that can kill even a peak third order. The cultivators whose cultivation is 1 order high than the host's cultivation has 50% chances of not getting hurt by this acid rain. The power of the acid rain decrease with high order beings. For every 100-meter area, 50 plus mana is required. Function 2. The host can control the size, power, and the intensity of the acid rain. Function 3. By consuming 500 plus, the host can also summon normal rain. Now this is skill that is meant for pure killing. If Aditya had this skill when he was fighting the goblins, he was sure that his killing count would have been doubled. Not to mention the fact that he could have saved a lot of lives. Chapter 112. Brother Finn, I think we should have taken the second path. This path is more exposed, and the chances of us encountering people on this path is very high. Idiot, you always worry too much. We have 5 4th-order cultivators and all of us are 3rd-order powerhouses. Even if we encounter someone or some party, we can easily deal with them. Also, don't forget that as long as we manage to sell these rare metals in a foreign empire, we will become richer than some lower-ranking nobles in this empire. Just imagine the things you can do with that much money. I guess you're right. I should stop worrying too much. Good. But I still think we should have taken the second route, even if taking the second route would have taken us a few extra days. After all, we're currently in the territory of Duke Adam, who is also known as the Wild Lion. If that man got even the scent of a group of smugglers passing through his territory, he will do anything to find us. Fear not. Even though Duke Adam and his rumored son-in-law had managed to stop the Mana wave from destroying Abigail City, I heard that the surrounding cities and villages weren't that lucky. Also, the damage caused by the heavy rain before the dungeon gate opened, and the damage from the goblin invasion, all this would keep Duke Adam super busy for the next few months. By the way, I heard that the rumored son-in-law of Duke Adam was the one who was responsible for stopping the goblin invasion. It was said that despite being peak 2nd order, he was able to kill peak 4th order goblins, which is absolutely horrifying. Only the goddess of war was able to accomplish this kind of thing before. Though no one has an exact estimation, it is said that that man alone had slaughtered more than 4 million goblins. Right now, I'm beginning to doubt if the goddess of war can do the same. Yeah, right after he broke through 3rd order, he used a super powerful attack that wiped out all the remaining goblins. The attack was so strong that some weak 1st-order cultivators even lost their consciousness just from the lightning striking sound. I do wonder from where Duke Adam found this young man. If he was this impressive, then his name should have spread every corner of this continent. I am guessing he is someone from other continents. Maybe he is from Westnia. If Lady Julia and that man do get married, then they would be known as the super couple on this continent. While the wife is the goddess of alchemy, the husband is a beast that can match the goddess of war in terms of strength. Bro, say whatever you want, but I refuse to believe that man can beat the goddess of war. Have you all forgotten the goddess of war alone had slaughtered 9 5th-order cultivators? If I remember correctly, she still has not reached the 5th order yet. Just imagine how powerful she will be when she reaches 5th order. 13 bandits, who were rogue cultivators, had come together to do stealing and robbing. The 13 rogue cultivators did not belong to any faction or any powerhouse. They needed resources to cultivate, which they obtained from robbing merchants. 13 bandits have killed thousands of people. The only thing that these 13 bandits cared about was money. Currently, the bandits were going in the northern direction. They wanted to exit Duke Adam's territory as soon as possible, knowing how frightening the Wild Lion was. Who in their right mind would want to provoke the savage lion? Enraged lightning. Suddenly, an intensely bright light blinded everything in the area for a second. Following the intensely bright light, every magical beast and people within a 10 km radius heard a powerful lightning striking sound. Ding, you have killed mid-4th order cultivators. Experience points have been saved. Ding, you have killed mid-4th order cultivators. Enraged lightning spell 3rd order description. Another special skill that was learned because of having Storm Martial class. This is a special skill that once even harmed powerful gods and goddesses. This skill was said to be lost. Currently, the host is the only one possessing this skill function 1. By consuming 1000 plus mana, the user can summon a powerful bolt of chaotic lightning. Chaotic lightning is twice more powerful as regular lightning. Note, this can be used once every 4 hours. This is a nice skill. A figure landed right before the carriage, which was being pulled by a fire horse. Now that I am done with the bandits, I get to keep a small percentage of the rare metals that these bandits were smuggling. Adidia found that his attack had turned the bodies of the bandits to ashes. He picked up the storage ring that was lying on the side of the carriage, in which he found the rare metals smuggled by these bandits. They are very rich. When Aditya peeked inside the storage ring, he was surprised by the number of rare metals inside the storage. There were different kinds of rare metals that had different types of properties. Scene change. Knock. Knock. Who is it? Aditya heard an irritated voice. Can you open the door first? Aditya asked back. If you're someone who is looking to get a new weapon forged, then you can leave. I don't make weapons for outsiders. Right now, Aditya had come to the Honored House blacksmith. The blacksmiths were only allowed to make weapons and armors for the faction to which they belonged to. After a few seconds of silence, the old man opened his eyes hearing what Aditya said. My name is Aditya. For the next few seconds, Aditya heard no reply. Click. Opening the iron doors, Aditya found an old dwarf who was only 2 meters tall and had a muscular body. The dwarf had a long beard and bald hair. He was holding an alcohol bottle in his right hand. Aditya instantly knew that this old man was drinking when he knocked on the door, and this was why he sounded so irritated. After opening the door, the old dwarf did not say anything. He instead kept on staring at Aditya's face. These days he has been hearing the name Aditya hundreds of times a day. As the blacksmith of the Honored family, the old man also kept an eye on the things happening around the castle. So you're Lady Julia's fiancé. Brat, you better take care of Princess Julia, otherwise this old man will personally beat the crap out of you. Don't worry, under my watch, she will never shed a tear. The old dwarf has heard of the things that this young man has done. Even though he wouldn't show it on his face, deep down he was very impressed with Aditya. He knew that the Honored family owned him a lot. So what do you want today? Do you want to get an armor or weapon forged? The old dwarf asked, to which Aditya shook his head. Instead of replying, Aditya took out a small square-shaped piece of dark blue crystal. This is a 4-star mana crystal. From where did you get such rare metal? The old dwarf looked very excited seeing this crystal in Aditya's hand. Aditya mysteriously smiled in response. Let's just say I earned this 4-star mana crystal with a little bit of hard work. Anyway, do you think you can make me a pendant using this mana crystal? The old dwarf took the mana crystal from Aditya's hand and checked the quality of the crystal for an entire minute. Of course I can. I can make a 4-star pendant with this mana crystal. As long as you add rune enchantment, this 4-star pendant will also work as a 4-star artifact. Aditya smiled as this was what he also had in his mind. Great! How long would it take you to make this pendant? The old dwarf narrowed his eyes instead of replying. He observed Aditya's face for a moment. You're planning on giving this pendant to Lady Julia? Aditya nodded as he had nothing to hide here. Yes, please keep this a secret. Ha ha ha, kid, you remind me of my younger self. Don't worry, I will make the best pendant with this 4-star mana crystal. You can return tomorrow to get the pendant. After saying this thanks to the old dwarf, Aditya left. The remaining 5 days passed very quickly. In those 5 days, everyone was busy with work. Aditya focused on practicing his rune skills. Julia and her maid page were constantly making pills, increasing their reserve of pills. Adam and Sophie were busy with Julia's birthday. This year, nobles from the empire and also from outside the empire were going to attend Julia's birthday. Adam and Sophie needed to make sure that everything went well, especially with the security of the city. Early in the morning, Aditya, I have prepared what you're going to wear today. Why don't you go and check it out? All right. What about Julia? She has gone out spend some time with her friends. She will be back before evening. The party was going to start late in the evening. Chapter 113. Early in the morning, Aditya, I have prepared what you're going to wear today. Why don't you go and check it out? All right. What about Julia? She had gone out to spend some time with her friends. She will be back before evening. The party was going to start late in the evening. Aditya still had many hours in his hands. All right, I will go and practice some sword moves with General Eddie. Since had nothing else to do, he might as well go to the training ground and do some training. It was kind of fun and enjoyable to fight someone like General Eddie. Aditya knew that he can learn many things from sparring with Eddie. Aditya, I want to tell you something. Yes, Sophie sat on the couch and then signaled Aditya to sit down on the other couch. After he sat down, Sophie looked at Aditya as if she was looking at her own son. Aditya can feel the motherly love and warmth in her eyes. After staying in this castle for 15 days, Aditya had come very close to the Onard family. Previously, when we had invited all the nobles and our allies for Julia's birthday party, we had expected almost all the invited persons to attend this party. But the sudden appearance of the Mana portal and the goblin invasion has changed many things. You might not realize it, but currently, your name has spread almost every north of this northwestern region of the continent. After giving a few seconds of silence to let Aditya digest the information, Sophie continued. Before, everyone knew you as the future fiancé of the goddess of alchemy. But after your heroic deeds to stop the goblin invasion, right now you have a unique identity of your own. Not to mention the fact that almost everyone in the northwestern region of the continent knows that you're a divine dragon. Though I am pretty sure that this news will soon spread throughout the whole world. Auntie, are you worried that some powerful noble might try to eliminate me? Aditya asked, understanding Sophie's concerns. I am not worried. Your powers are well known to everyone. Even after knowing about your ability, some idiot does try to eliminate you. The Onard house and the Emperor himself have your back. Aditya might not realize, but even the Emperor held a favorable impression of Aditya. Knowing that Aditya was a divine dragon, the Emperor wouldn't hesitate to use his powers and resources to help out Aditya. The Emperor was willing to go as far as to offend the neighboring empires for Aditya's safety. The reason the Emperor was willing to go so far as to protect Aditya was that he was a divine dragon. Having the bloodline of divine bloodline confirmed that sooner or later, Aditya will reach 7th order even if he stops cultivating. Which kingdom wouldn't want to ally itself with a future 7th order powerhouse? Then, let me explain. The Onard noble house held great influence inside and outside the empire. When you went on a date with Julia, I am sure pretty much every noble and big figure who had their eyes on my daughter also had learned about you. At first, those big figures did not care about you, thinking that they can deal with you at any given time. But now that you have shown your powers and your bloodline was revealed, almost everyone has changed their thoughts of you. Aditya understood what Sophie was saying. Julia was the goddess of alchemy. She was the golden goose that everyone had their eyes on. Whoever managed to get this golden goose would have a way of becoming the supreme powerhouse on the continent. This was why almost every faction on the continent wanted Julia. When Julia reached the age of 14, many emperors, kings, and dukes from the continent, and also from outside the continent, asked for Julia's hand in marriage. It was because of Julia that Aditya's generals managed to reach 2nd order so quickly. It was because of her pills that the Istrian army was able to rapidly rise. Her pills healed countlessly injured and fallen soldiers. Her pills have helped thousands of soldiers in reaching a new height. She did all these when she only had the lowest grade herbs and alchemy ingredients. This was the northwestern region of the Dying Isle continent. This region of the continent was considered the richest, most prosperous, and most developed part of the continent. This region of the continent had the most number of 5th order cultivators. The northwestern region of the continent had the highest quality herbs, cultivation resources, and alchemy ingredients. Compared to other regions on the continent, this region was simply heaven to the cultivators. If some faction managed to bring Julia to their side, Julia would be given high-quality alchemy ingredients to make pills, which would only keep on increasing that faction's military powers. At some point, even the Emperor of Echo Dominion had thought of asking Julia's hand for the crown prince. But fortunately, Adam was sharp enough to guess what His Majesty wanted to do. So before the Emperor could bring that topic, Adam already had indirectly rejected the Emperor's offer. Of course, the Emperor could have pressured Adam by using political and military powers to give his daughter to the crown prince, But that simply would have backfired on him, knowing that the Onard household held the most military power after the emperor. This whole thing could have started a civil war, which the king wanted to prevent from happening. Also, the king did not want to lose the loyalty of the Onard house. For generations, the Onard house has been standing behind the king and supporting the empire. Taking action against the Onard house would be a great loss for the empire, meaning right now, almost everyone is attending this party to see me. Yes, among every noble and big merchant who is going to attend this party, you should keep your eyes on a certain noble. Who is that noble? If Sophie is being careful of that noble must be someone who has great strength, rivaling the Onard family, or maybe even surpassing the Onard noble house. House of Addison. House of Addison. Aditya frowned at hearing this name. The Addison noble house is a family with almost 5 centuries of a long history. The Addison noble house is our biggest ally outside the Echo-Dominion Empire. It was the House of Addison that stood with the Onard house for more than 300 years. Both houses had always remained allies. Sophie couldn't help but sigh. She was starting to feel bad for involving Aditya in this political game. The House of Addison is our biggest trading partner as well. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Addison house had some hand in the Onard family's rise in military powers. Sigh. Sophie sighed another time before looking at Aditya. But recently, the relationship between both houses has been on a decline. If it was before, the Addison house would have sent reinforcement to help the Onard family in fighting the goblin invasion. The Addison house did not send any reinforcements even when Adam had personally written a letter and asked for their help. They pretended as if they never got the letter. Actually, the relationship between both houses had a big crack when Duke Addison asked Julia's hand in marriage. Adam refused Duke Addison without even taking a second. Even if Adam had not refused, the emperor simply wouldn't have allowed this marriage to happen. The Addison house was a part of another empire located on the border of the Echo-Dominion Empire. If a foreign empire gets the goddess of alchemy, even though both empires are currently neutral and have a friendly relationship, within a few decades, it wouldn't be surprising if the other empire rises in power and takes over the Echo-Dominion Empire. So in a way, by declining Duke Addison's offer, Adam avoided a major international conflict from taking place. From the beginning, the House of Addison had a strong interest in Julia. They even went far as to send the young master, also known as the next and future head of the Addison house, to Abigail City, so that the young master could make Julia fall in love. Adam and I, both of us, love our daughter. We don't care about the fact that she is the goddess of alchemy. Even if she was a normal girl, we still wouldn't have sold her off as political marriage. We wanted Julia to find the person she loved. The reason why Adam remained quiet when Julia left the northwestern region of the continent was because he and I wanted to use this chance to let everyone cool off as the marriage proposals and pressure were getting out of hand. Aditya dryly laughed hearing the last part. Given Adam's character, if not for the current situation, he simply would have went to the Eastern Kingdom and killed Aditya before returning with his daughter. I think the decision to let you live alone helped her mature. As a mother, I am very proud of my daughter's character. She and Zach is the best gifts we ever got. I hope you will also take care of her. At the end, Sophie bowed her head a little. Auntie, there is no need to bow your head. I will protect her using my own life. Chapter 114. Auntie, there is no need to bow your head. I will protect her using my own life. These words were simply not said in the heat of the moment. When Aditya came into this world, Watson and Julia were the first 2 people whom he saw and met. They were the people who stood in the shadows and continued to support him even when his previous self had given up on everything. There was no way the Dragon Monarch is going to let anything happen to the woman whom he has come to love. Thank you, Aditya. Sophie, even though she did not say it out, deep down she and Adam both knew in their hearts that they were extremely lucky to have Aditya as their son-in-law. All right, I will head to the kitchen. I am going to make a cake for Julia. After Sophie left, The expression on Aditya's face changed as he opened the system and explored its new function of the system. Ding, the host has triggered a new function of the system. Please check out the new function of the system later. Ding, the Dragon Monarch needs to have his own dragon palace and his own territory. In order to reach the second step of becoming the true Dragon Monarch, the host must complete some requirements. Ding, there are currently 2 requirements that the host needs to complete to advance on his path to becoming the true Dragon Monarch. 1. Expand the host's territory over an area of 500,000 square kilometers. 173,000 km 2/500,000 km 22. Gather the materials needed to build the legendary Dragon Palace. Required materials: 100 tons of gold, 50 tons of silver, 50,000 spirit stones, 100 tons of refined iron. I can easily expand my territory, but how I am supposed to get all these materials? Forgot about getting 100 tons of gold. Just getting 50 tons of silver would be extremely difficult. Right now, the Eastern Kingdom was in the middle of being developed. In the last month, Aditya had used almost all the gold coins in his treasury to launch many new projects in different cities. It would take some time before those projects could earn him profits. Even if he uses all revenue, it still wouldn't be enough to get 50 tons of silver. Aditya has to look for some other method. Although I have opened the port city, the city is still far from being completed. It will at least another month before the port city can finish the construction work. Right now, Watson in Aditya's place was negotiating with foreign merchants and bringing foreign goods to the Eastern Kingdom. As soon as the construction of the port city was finished, Aditya won't have to worry about money. At that time, his kingdom's revenue will be increased by almost 3 times. But I don't want to wait that long. The fastest way of getting rich was to plunder from others. Aditya closed his eyes as he began to look for a target that he can plunder right after returning to his kingdom. Because of the peace treaty agreement with the Nepoka kingdom, I cannot attack them. As I have forged an alliance with the kingdom of Thura and the kingdom of Nyland, they are also out of question. So my only choice would be to look beyond the Nepoka and the Thura kingdom. What lay beyond the Nepoka and the Thura kingdom was a chain of second-tier kingdoms that constantly fought among each other. I can conquer those 2 N-tier kingdoms in a month, but this act of mine might bring a crack to our alliance with Nyland and Thura kingdom. Conquering those kingdoms would mean that the Eastern kingdom will surround the kingdom of Thura and the Nyland from 2 sides. It was not that Aditya cared much about the alliance from the beginning. Given his current powers, he can deal with the Nyland kingdom as well. What worried Aditya a little was an alliance between the Nyland, Thura, and the Nepoka kingdom. If Aditya breaks off the alliance by offending the Nyland or the Thura kingdom, he was sure that these 3 kingdoms would immediately join hands to take down the Eastern kingdom. There were no true friends in politics. Everyone fought for their best interest. If the Nyland kingdom had not seen the Eastern kingdom as the rising power, they would have continued silently supporting the Nepoka kingdom. The Nyland kingdom only forged an alliance to prevent Aditya from attacking the Nyland kingdom when the current king steps down from the throne. The succession civil war between the princes of the Nyland kingdom is inevitable. Even if the old king did not want it to happen, things already have been set in that direction. When that happens, the Nyland kingdom will be at its most vulnerable period. At least for the next few months, I don't see any kingdom starting a war. Even the Nepoka kingdom's king, King Ethan, has been strangely remaining quiet. This was especially weird given that he was a hot-blooded man. Another place that I am not paying enough attention to is the sea. The Eastern kingdom was extremely lucky that the kingdom was located right next to the sea. The sea is full of treasures. Aditya closed his eyes as a plan of exploring the sea near his territory began forming in his mind. Aditya can use the 500 sea elves that he bought from the slave merchant. Maybe I can also fight underwater. Aditya was not sure about this possibility, but he felt after his bloodline evolved to divine rank, He can live underwater as well. After about 10 minutes of silently thinking, Aditya shook his head as he stood up to leave the living room. Sooner or later, will another war. As soon as the old Nyland king passes away or when King Ethan runs out of patience, another war will start. At that time, I will have the chance of expanding my kingdom, and finally, I will have a chance of turning my kingdom into an empire. It was evening. The sky had turned red-orange color. The Abigail city seems to have recovered from the Mana wave and goblin invasion. The citizen looked happy, and the city was lively as before. Multicolor lights were bustling around the city. Only the people who are residents of this city can tell that today Abigail City was more crowded than usual. The whole city was full of people. Not just that, the whole city was beautifully decorated with paints. Murals were drawn on the walls, and hundreds of soldiers could be seen giving free food to the poor and needy ones. Today, in every class, people had big smiles on their faces. Whether it was poor or the rich, everyone was smiling, looking very happy. Today was a special day. Today was like a festival. Today was the birthday of the goddess of alchemy, the princess of the Honored family, and the birthday of the most beautiful woman on the continent. Every year, Adam and Sophie made sure to spend a huge sum of their revenue on celebrating their daughter's birthday. It was Julia and Sophie's idea to give food to the poor and needy ones. Every year on this date, the people of this city would get to experience a festival that brings them joy and happiness. The whole city was patrolled and guarded by more than 10,000 soldiers. Neither Adam nor Sophie wanted anyone to interrupt their daughter's birthday. Adam did not care about money when it came to the security of this city. Not to mention the fact that tonight many powerful and prominent figures of the continent, and also from outside the continent, were going to attend the goddess's birthday. Adam had to make sure that the safety of all the VIPs. The castle of the Honored family, which stood at the center of the city, was the main place of attraction. Everything around the castle was glowing in light golden color. Hundreds of royal carriages were parked outside the Honored family castle. For this special occasion, the entrance of the castle was fully opened. Standing outside the gate, Adam personally welcomed every guest. The party had started around an hour ago. Nobles from all over the empire and also from outside the empire kept on coming one after another. Adam has made sure to invite all of their allies. Lord Campbell is coming. Adam looked at the golden royal carriage that stopped in front of the entrance of the castle. Two servants opened the royal carriage doors. Adam's eyes turned a little cold when Lucian, the very same man who challenged Aditya, walked out of the carriage. Behind him, another old man with short white hair and shaved beard came out. This old man was around 5 feet tall and had a muscular-built body. This old man was the second strongest Duke of Echo Dominion Empire. The head of the Campbell family, also known as Duke Campbell, looked at the wild lion, also known as Adam. When both dukes stared at each other, everyone in the surroundings felt the temperature was dropping. There seemed to be some invisible sparks that both were throwing at each other. The Honored noble house and the Campbell noble house both were rivals for generations. And this rivalry was going to continue along the future generation. Both dukes held respect for each other, even though neither of them would show it on their faces. When the Mana portal appeared, even though the Honored family was Campbell's rival, Duke Campbell did not hesitate to order half of this army to assist and help the Honored family. Both Duke Campbell and Duke Adam were extremely loyal to the Empire. For the sake of the Empire, both dukes are always willing to put behind their rivalry and work together. Chapter 115. Adam, it seems you have gotten uglier. The first word that came out of Duke Campbell's mouth was the mocking words that Adam had gotten used. Old man, it seems you have lost a few of your teeth. Are you sure you don't want to lay on the bed and announce your retirement? Adam did not understand why this old man insisted on working as the Duke when his son was one of the best and top geniuses on the continent. Adam felt the old man should just retire and pass things to the next generation. HMPH. This old man's body is still stronger than yours. I can take on multiple women at the same time, which you can never do." The old man mocked him back, fully knowing that this was Adam's weakest point. Since Adam loved Sophie, he devoted himself to a single woman. No one on the Empire or on the continent has heard of Adam sleeping with another woman besides his own wife. The man was extremely loyal to this wife, which was extremely rare, as most noble men considered it to be normal to sleep around with multiple women. Adam's right eye twitched hearing the old man's words. "Unlike you, whose one foot is already in the grave, I am still young and full of energy. My D***K is not cheap as yours. It's only available for one person." "What did you say?" The old man finally lost this anger and hissed at Adam like a snake. Meanwhile, Lucien and others could watch the scene in silence. Both of them were adults, yet they were arguing with each other like some children. The guards and the soldiers were having a hard time holding back their laughter. "Sleeping with multiple women. My foot. Old man, you can't even handle a single woman." Lucien secretly mocked his old man for bragging about such nonsense. He wondered if he should expose his old man. But considering that his old man was his father, Lucien decided to remain quiet and not meddle in the two dukes' conversations, which sounded more like an argument. "Anyway, I will head inside for now. For now, I don't have the time to argue with you." Feeling that Campbell was going to lose the argument, he quickly decided to enter the castle, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the guests. "What a coward!" Adam snorted as he resumed welcoming the guests as if nothing happened. But he was to admit deep down, Adam was finally feeling a little better after winning the argument. Another 1 or 2 minutes later, 3 golden carriages stopped. Adam narrowed his eyes as the coldness in his eyes increased. Compared to this man, Duke Campbell was a straightforward man, and Adam liked and also admired Campbell's personality. But this man was the total opposite of Duke Campbell. He was cunning, sly as a fox, and venomous as a snake. In the public, this man would put the face of gentleman. Only a rare few knew what face was hidden behind that gentle and happy mask. If possible, Adam wouldn't have even invited this man to this party. But he had no choice, as technically both of them were still allies. But soon this was going to change, as Adam was planning on stopping all types of trade and friendly relations with this man in the future. Adam already had found a replacement who has a 100 times better personality than this man. When the gate of the carriage was opened, a man wearing decorative, luxurious clothes stepped out of the carriage and stopped in front of Adam. The man was also 6 feet tall in height. He had short blonde hair with bangs covering his forehead. He had a handsome face that could charm most ladies' hearts with a single smile. "Good evening, Lord Adam. I hope I am not late for the birthday party." The man had a gentle smile on his face, but Adam knew that this smile was anything but gentle. The man stretched out his right hand for a handshake. "Good evening, Lord Addison." Addison, the Duke of a neighboring empire, sensed the coldness in Adam's voice. He pretended to not notice the coldness and shook hands with Adam. "Lord Adam, my condolences to all your fallen soldiers who died in the goblin invasion." The way this man spoke, as it was as if he was the most innocent man on the planet. Addison had a sad smile on his face when he said those words. Deep down, Adam knew this sad face was nothing but an illusion. Unfortunately, the wild lion already had seen through this illusion a long time ago. But for now, Adam decided to play along with Addison. "It was thanks to my son-in-law that we were able to avoid a big causality." Knowing Adidia was the reason why Addison came here tonight, Adam did not hesitate to rub salt on Duke Addison's wounds by talking about Adidia, especially referring to him as his son-in-law. As expected, Addison's face turned ugly, which remained for only a brief second. But that small second was more than enough to make Adam feel satisfied. "Lord Adam, regarding the goblin invasion, I deeply apologize. I wanted to send an army to help you out in his invasion, but recently a group of bandits has been causing trouble in my territory. I had to put my attention on the bandits." Everyone here knew that Addison was lying. There was another hidden meaning in Addison's words. Addison cared more about taking care of bandits than sending reinforcement to help out his ally Adam in fighting the goblins. Lord Addison, there is no need for you to apologize. If I was in your position then, I would have done the same thing. Indirectly, Adam was also replying to Addison back. Adam was telling him that he also wouldn't have sent reinforcement. At this point, both dukes knew deep down in their hearts that the alliance that once was envied by many nobles and dukes has been broken. I was planning on getting my son married to Julia, but my plans have failed. When the news of Julia coming back home reached Addison's ears, he was planning on sending his son to the Onard Castle to meet Julia. But his plans were forced to be stopped when a strange rumor of Adam selecting his son-in-law started going circulating in the noble circle. After a bit of research, Addison was furious to find out about the boy with whom Julia went on a date. It was at that moment that Addison decided to not help the Onard family during the goblin invasion. The Addison family was expecting Adam to die in this invasion, given how many millions of goblins he had to face. When Adam died, Addison was planning on kidnapping Julia and Sophie easily. But his plans once again failed as an unexpected factor emerged during the goblin invasion. Addison was one of those people who secretly was watching the whole battle. He was eagerly waiting for the moment when Adam would fall. But instead of seeing Adam fall, Addison saw something that made him feel threatened. It was that small, pathetic, and weak man whom he thought he can crush at any given moment who emerged as the most powerful and most brutal warrior on the battlefield. Addison and his son felt as if their entire views of the world has been changed when that man whom he had underestimated turned out to be a dragon. Not just any dragon, it was divine dragon. Addison has watched the whole battle with his very own eyes. He saw how a mere peak second order slaughtered hundreds of peak fourth orders. This was completely against the law of this world. That dragon kept on defying the laws of this world and kept on killing without showing any exhaustion. When that man revealed his bloodline, Addison nearly died of a heart attack. What he saw next almost shook his very own soul. Right after that man reached beginner third order, he used a very powerful attack which severely injured a fifth-order monster like the Goblin King who stood at the top of all goblins. This was beyond the logic of this world. After this great battle, Addison began having nightmares. He felt regret for not helping the Onard family. Addison is not sure from where Adam found someone like Adidia, but he was sure that with both the goddess of alchemy and a dragon with a divine bloodline, the Onard family will become untouchable. Right now, Addison had come to this party not because he wanted his son to seek an opportunity with the goddess. It was because he felt threatened and fearful of the unknown dragon that slaughtered millions of goblins alone. Addison right now had one goal in his mind, and that was to know more about Adidia. If possible, he wanted to eliminate Adidia so that his son could have a chance with Julia, but he felt a divine dragon would have big background. If he carelessly messed with someone out of his reach, this would only mean the end of this family. Lord Addison, why don't you head inside? The party is going to start in a few more minutes. Addison gloomily nodded his head and walked inside the castle. Meanwhile, watching him walk back, Adam viciously smiled. The wild lion wasn't going to let a big threat like Duke Addison remain much longer. Sooner or later, Adam was going to take care of that man. Chapter 116. Knock, knock, come in, click. Opening the door, Sophie and Zach walked inside Adidia's bedroom. Zach and Sophie's eyes fell on Adidia, who was sitting in front of a large mirror. Several maids and a butler were helping him with his hair and his black suit. "Big brother, you look so handsome today." The innocent brother of Julia praised Adidia. "Do I?" Adidia chuckled, seeing Zach's reaction. "You look completely different in this black tuxedo." Sophie also has to admit that today Adidia looked very dashing and handsome. His appearance surely was going to capture the eyes of the ladies. In most normal times, Adidia did not pay much attention to his clothes. He preferred to wear simple and ordinary fashioned clothes. It seems his handsome face matched perfectly with his black suit, making him even more charming today. Just like Aditya, little Zack was also wearing a black tuxedo. Both brothers wore matching clothes. "Auntie, you're also looking very beautiful today." From the corner of his eyes, Aditya saw that Sophie was wearing a velvet A-line maxi long-sleeved dark green dress. Even though the mother of the goddess modestly covered almost all of her skin, the curves were still exposed. The dark green dress tightly stuck to her body, highlighting her curves. Any man would feel their throat go dry just from looking at Sophie. The body of the goddess's mother cannot be underestimated. If Julia had the aura of beauty and cuteness, her mother had the aura of charm and seductiveness. Aditya looked at Sophie for no more than a few seconds. He quickly looked away, fearing that looking too much at her body might be misunderstood, and he could be seen as a pervert. Aditya secretly wondered if Julia in future will also become a beauty like her mother. "Thank you for your kind praise, Aditya. It took me some time to choose what type of dress I am going to wear on my daughter's birthday." In reality, it took Sophie nearly 3 days to find a dress. In her free time, she visited almost all the big clothing brands in the empire. Though she might not say it, she is someone who deeply cared about her beauty. Aside from the dark green dress, she put on light makeup which made her look even more stunning. "Auntie, where is Uncle Adam?" Aditya curiously asked. Adam is personally welcoming the guests. Just like her daughter Sophie also did not like political games, so she refrained from going with Adam as she did not want to deal with the nobles. Sometimes dealing with some sly and cunning nobles can be very exhausting. "Knock, knock. Come in." When the door was pushed apart, revealing the fairy that stood outside the room, Aditya suddenly forgot to breathe as he looked at her. He looked at her without daring to blink his eyes, as he felt like he can keep on looking at the goddess forever in a daze. He was so engrossed in staring at her that he completely forgot about Sophie, Zack, and the maids who were standing behind him. The first thing that came to Julia's eyes was the figure of Aditya in front of a mirror. He was looking very handsome today. Looking at him in a black tuxedo, Julia couldn't help but blush slightly. "Wow, sister, you look absolutely stunning." Zack excitedly ran up to Julia. Meanwhile, Sophie nodded her head. Even though her daughter has not properly developed in certain areas, her beauty and her charm had already on par with Sophie, if not above. Hearing her brother's words, Julia snapped out of her daze as she elegantly walked into his bedroom. Meanwhile, Aditya was still looking at Julia like an idiot. Feeling his intense stare, the goddess couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "How long are you planning on staring at me?" Julia snorted as she stood beside her mother. Deep down, she was very happy that her man was looking at her like that. Julia's words brought Aditya back to reality. He snapped out of his daze. "Well, Aditya, shouldn't you tell Julia something?" Sophie hinted that as the man he should praise Julia. Every woman felt happy and proud when they are praised, especially by the person they love. "Tonight, you're shining even brighter than the moon. Even the prettiest object in the world would lose in front of your heavenly beauty." Aditya, being thick-skinned, did not hesitate to say the words that directly came into his mind. These 2 sentences made the goddess even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and paid attention to Zack, purposely ignoring that shameful man to avoid feeling embarrassed in front of her mother. Tonight, Julia was wearing a sleeveless dark green silk gown. Both mother and daughter wore the same color dresses. The gown perfectly covered her body. Tonight she had tied her hair in a braided bun, exposing her sexy nape. Julia was destined to be the main attraction of tonight's event. By now, almost all the guests have arrived. No one wanted to miss this event for 2 simple reasons. The first reason was to strengthen their relationship with the noble house of Honard and the alchemy goddess Julia. The second reason was that everyone wanted to meet the goddess's future husband and try becoming his friend. Forming close connections with the princess and the princess's fiancé would benefit them in numerous ways. Even though Aditya did not have any noble background, his power and his bloodline were enough to convince the nobles that becoming Aditya's friends would benefit them. Not to mention the fact that even the emperor himself favored Aditya. A soft romantic melody was being played. Butlers and maids were busy serving drinks and various kinds of famous and expensive wines to the guest. Some nobles sat across the round tables and chatted with each other while some were dancing with their partners. Mostly the lower-ranking nobles would go up to the high-ranking nobles from various empires and greet them in hope of leaving a good impression. "Lord Adam, I hope I am not late." Adam, who was silently sipping some wine while talking with another person, turned his attention to the noble who came to greet him. "Sir Ivan, you're here. It's nice to meet you. You're not late, Sir Ivan. Would you like to have some wine?" Ivan was a lower-ranking noble, but Adam, unlike other high-ranking nobles, did not look down on lower-ranking nobles. Ivan had recently become a noble of the empire because he had managed to please the emperor by killing one of the most wanted criminals of the empire. Ivan was only 33 years old, yet he had reached beginner fourth order. The emperor wanted to nurture this kind of talent who were loyal to the empire. "I will have some wine later. By the way, thank you very much for helping me with my territory's economy. In the future, if there is anything that I can do to repay your kindness, please don't hesitate to ask me." Adam nodded with a satisfied smile. Adam likes people like Ivan. Unfortunately, in this cold world, people like Ivan were very rare. Most people lose themselves when they gain power. They start thinking that they stand at the top of the world. It's Lady Sophie. She looks stunning as ever. Even after so many years, she still looks the same. Ivan, Adam, and other nobles stopped talking and turned their attention to Sophie, who elegantly walked toward Adam. Even Adam's haters also have to admit that Adam had managed to get the golden butterfly. If Julia was the most beautiful girl on the continent, her mother undoubtedly would be the most beautiful in the whole empire. Seeing Lady Sophie, many noble women walked up to her. Even though Sophie does not show it, she also had a big influence over the noble circle. In her free time, she actively participates in female noble gatherings and parties to make more connections. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Sophie was even more influential than the royal queen. His Majesty, the Emperor of Echo Dominion, is coming. Suddenly the whole place descended into silence. The nobles who were sitting and drinking wine stood up to greet the emperor. When the golden doors were pushed open, the first thing that everyone saw was the face of the emperor himself. Who would have thought that the Emperor of Echo Dominion would personally attend this birthday party? But this also goes to show just how much value the emperor himself puts on Julia and her future husband Aditya. As the emperor, who was followed by a bunch of his royal guards who always stay around the emperor, walked in, Adam and Sophie had serious expressions on their faces. To be honest, neither Sophie nor Adam wanted the emperor to attend this event, as his presence would make the whole situation tense. No one would be able to enjoy the birthday party. The emperor gently smiled as he walked in Adam and Sophie's direction. Right now both of them were the center of the attraction. "Adam, I hope I am not too late. Where is Princess Julia? I don't see her anywhere." The emperor looked around while asking. "Lady Julia and young Master Aditya is going to enter now." Adam, Sophie, the emperor, Ivan, Campbell, Addison, and every other guest turned their attention to another door. The golden doors, which were previously closed, were opened by the two guards, allowing everyone to see the faces of two people. Chapter 117. Lady Julia and young Master Aditya is going to enter now. Adam, Sophie, the emperor, Ivan, Campbell, Addison, and every other guest turned their attention to another door. The golden doors, which were previously closed, were opened by the two guards, allowing everyone to see the faces of two people. When the golden doors were opened, Aditya instantly felt hundreds of gazes. Being a divine dragon, he was sensitive to gazes. Although he cannot feel people's emotions, he is sensitive toward malicious gazes. Right now, Julia, the goddess of alchemy, had locked her left arm with Aditya's right arm. The couple slowly and elegantly started walking in Adam's direction. In front of so many high-class people, Aditya did not feel the least bit of nervousness. In his past life as a politician, He has met hundreds of billionaires. Also, the Aditya of the past also had experience, as he had attended many parties as the prince before. Each of their steps was taken at the same time. While holding Aditya's right arm, the princess had a proud smile on her face. She of course can see the jealous look on some female nobles' faces. Meanwhile, Aditya's focus was completely on one man who was standing beside Adam. The man was wearing luxurious clothes, and a golden cape was covering his back. Just from a glance, Aditya knew that his golden cape wasn't some ordinary cape. The golden cape was some sort of artifact made to defend the emperor in case some assassin sneaks up on the emperor and tries to kill him. The man, who was about 20 meters from Aditya, was about 5 feet 10 inches tall. He had a lean body and fair skin. He had short, black, spiky hair. He had a slightly above-average, handsome-looking face. The most noticeable thing about him was the golden crown that had 9 different color jewels on it. Aditya was sure that his crown was also some sort of artifact. So he is the emperor of Echo Dominion Empire. He looks like he is only around 25 years old, but I am sure he is much, much older than he looks. Aditya neither had a good nor bad impression of the emperor. In his last life, Aditya had learned one thing that he still remembers in his heart. Other than a few politicians, every politician in the world was corrupted in some way. Even Aditya himself wasn't a good man, to begin with. In order to gain the upper hand and to protect his interests, Aditya has done things that were cruel and evil. As the emperor who holds this immense power and directly or indirectly controls the lives of millions, Aditya was sure that no human would want to give up or lose this kind of power. The emperor might look like a gentleman, but he knew that among everyone the emperor could turn out to be one of the most dangerous venomous snakes. This is also why Aditya did not completely trust the Nyland king nor the Thura kingdom king. He had made Zachary send the Magians to keep a watch on 2 kings in secret. Aditya finally walked up to the emperor. "Good evening, your majesty. My name is Aditya. It's an honor to finally meet the great emperor of Echo Dominion." Aditya gave a small bow after introducing himself. Unlike the nobles and the ordinary people who have to kneel before the king, Aditya did not do it. Firstly, he was the king of another kingdom. It would be a huge slap to the Eastern kingdom if he kneeled in front of another king. Secondly, Aditya was neither a part of the Echo Dominion Empire nor someone who worked for the king, so he saw no reason to kneel before the king. In fact, Addison, who was the duke of the neighboring kingdom, also did not kneel in front of the king because of this reason. Even if Aditya now had become Julia's fiancé, this does not mean he was going to kneel. Only the king's men and his people had to kneel before the king. Otherwise, a simple and small bow was more than enough. The emperor nodded back his head as he observed Aditya's face for the next few seconds before replying. "It's my pleasure to meet a dragon with divine bloodline. Divine dragons only existed in the mythologies. Divine dragons are considered strong as gods. Never did I imagine that I and my empire would have the fortune of getting assistance from a divine dragon himself." Aditya smiled and nodded his head. "Princess Julia, as always, thank you for all the cultivation pills. Without your pills, the empire wouldn't be this powerful. Your Majesty, there is no need to thank me. I was only doing my practice." Julia remained modest in front of the emperor. Adam has sold a big chunk of pills that Julia made to the emperor at a very low price. Of course, Adam gave the money to Julia. After some light talks, Adam felt it was time to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention. Today, on the day of my daughter's birthday, I have an announcement to make." Everyone knew in their hearts what Adam was going to announce today. Some loyal friends of Adam smiled, being happy for their friend. Some felt jealous and envious, and some even cursed how lucky Adam was. Even the emperor couldn't help but sigh, secretly thinking how lucky Adam was. He was not only blessed to have the alchemy goddess as his daughter, but he also found someone with a divine dragon bloodline as his son-in-law. If only he was half lucky, was Adam. Adam did not care what the people were thinking about him. He currently has a proud face. Sophie, who was standing beside him, also smiled, feeling very happy and fortunate that her daughter had found such a capable man. She was sure that Julia would be able to live her life in peace with Aditya. My daughter Julia has been engaged to Aditya. With the engagement officially being announced, everyone, whether they liked Adam or not, had to clap their hands, at least for the sake of their public image. Clap. As the people clapped while looking at them, Julia felt a little shy, but she was very happy in her heart. Now that she was engaged to Aditya, she was going to be Aditya's first wife, and also would have the authority of controlling Aditya's harem, meaning if he decides to marry the other 6 goddesses. But as of now, Aditya is yet to show any interest in any other goddess besides Julia. This, of course, made the alchemy goddess very happy and pleased with her man. After the announcement, the emperor stepped out as he had something to announce as well. The emperor walked up to Aditya and then stood next to him. Everyone looked at the emperor, wondering what he was going to say. First of all, congratulations to Aditya and Julia on officially getting engaged. The emperor nodded his head at Aditya before continuing. Every one of us here knows the contribution that Aditya made during the goblin invasion and also during the Mana wave. Time after time, he continued saving the soldiers and adventurers' lives. I fear without Aditya, the goblin invasion wouldn't have ended within a single day. It might have taken us multiple days along with countless more lives of our soldiers and adventurers to end the goblin invasion. The emperor paused for a second before continuing while looking around. There is no denying the fact that Aditya is the hero of this goblin invasion. He was not a citizen or a part of the Echo Dominion Empire, yet he fought very bravely with his life on the line. As the emperor and the protector of this land, I will reward the person who defended my land and protected my people. Aditya wondered what the emperor was thinking. He knew that the emperor was trying to do something here. This being said, I will reward Aditya with 5,000,000 royal gold coins along with the title of Crimson Emperor. What? Even Aditya himself was shocked. He wasn't expecting the emperor to be this generous. Never did he think that he would directly get 5 million royal gold coins along with the title of Crimson Emperor. The title was not what shocked Aditya and others. Even though it was very rare for the emperor to give a title to someone, to give this kind of title to an outsider was simply unheard of. What shocked almost everyone was when His Majesty offered to give Aditya 5 million royal gold, which is 500,000 gold coins. Not even the Campbell noble house earned that much money in a year. However, the emperor looked calm and was a little satisfied seeing Aditya's reaction. He was trying to gain Aditya's favor and pull him to his side, so that in the future Aditya would have close ties with the Echo Dominion Empire. Being a divine dragon, it was almost confirmed that Aditya was going to reach 7th order, maybe even higher order. If the king can befriend such a powerful figure, his empire will benefit immensely in the future. To him, these 5 million royal gold coins were investments that were going to ensure his empire's safety. However, the emperor did not stop there. Chapter 118. However, the emperor looked calm and was a little satisfied seeing Aditya's reaction. He was trying to gain Aditya's favor and pull him to his side, so that in the future Aditya would have close ties with the Echo Dominion Empire. Being a divine dragon, it was almost confirmed that Aditya was going to reach 7th order, maybe even higher order. If the king can befriend such a powerful figure, his empire will benefit immensely in the future. To him, these 5 million royal gold coins were investments that were going to ensure his empire's safety. However, the emperor did not stop there. If in future Aditya decides to open any kind of business in my empire, he won't have to pay any taxes. Not only that, if Aditya wishes to become a noble of this empire, he will be immediately given the rank of duke along with a small territory to manage. Adam and Sophie looked at each other's faces in shock. It did not take Adam, Sophie, Aditya and other intelligent and sharp nobles to understand what the emperor was doing. At this point, the emperor was ready to give Aditya anything. Adam and Sophie feared that if Julia was not engaged to Aditya, the emperor wouldn't have hesitated in trying to marry his daughter, the princess, to Aditya so that the emperor could tie Aditya to the royal family. Your Majesty, thank you for such a generous reward and offer, but unfortunately, I already have a home. I cannot abandon my homeland to come and live here, but I will make sure to keep on visiting the Echo Dominion Empire. Aditya was super happy to get 5 million royal gold coins. With these coins, he no longer had to worry about money. As for the other rewards that the emperor promised, he simply wasn't interested in them. He can see that the emperor was trying to tempt him by making him stay in this empire. There is no need to apologize, Aditya, but do remember that the Echo Dominion Empire will always be open for you and your family. The emperor wasn't disappointed when Aditya rejected his offer sincerely. He knew that a being who has a divine dragon bloodline also should have a strong background. Even though the emperor tried to learn about the Crimson Emperor's background, he really couldn't find anything. This made him wonder if Aditya was from the main continent. Seeing that the emperor was highly favoring Aditya, Duke Addison did not feel good. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing out fresh blood. Fortunately, no one noticed this. I was thinking of learning more about Aditya and then making plans on eliminating him, but this emperor got in my way. Now even if I kill him, the emperor will find this excuse to start a war. What should I do now? Addison always followed these words. If I can't obtain this fruit, then I won't let anyone else have it either. Now that the goddess of alchemy has been taken away from him and also the divine dragon was on Adam's side, Addison felt a great threat from the future Honored family. Even a fool that with Aditya's backing the Honored family was only going to rise in power. Before Aditya or the Honored family got even stronger and started suppressing his family, Addison wanted to take out Aditya and then slowly start destroying the Honored family. Maybe I should have sent some reinforcements. Somewhere in his heart, Addison felt a sense of regret. He was being too greedy. He wanted to see his old friend die so that he could take his daughter and use her for his family's benefit. But now his plan has backfired on him. If he had kept their close relationship, then maybe the Addison family also could have gotten some benefits from Aditya and Julia. At this point, he knew that it was impossible to heal the large crack that has separated the two families apart. What is done is done. There is no use of crying over spilled milk. I should focus on my and my family's future. Addison's eyes flashed in cold light as a plan of taking out Aditya began forming in his mind. As long as I kill Aditya in silence, then no one is going to suspect me and my family. Your Majesty, I will forever remember your kind words. Even though Aditya had the divine bloodline, he did not lose himself in power. He was still being respectful and polite to the elders. He did not let power change his character. The party continued going on. One by one, all the guests walked up to Julia and Aditya and congratulated them while handing Julia expensive gifts. Adam had invited more than hundreds of guests to this party. Happy birthday, Lady Julia. Lucian then looked at Aditya, who was standing beside Julia. Do you want to fight? Aditya asked with a smile. Lucian let out a depressed smile and shook his head. We all know that I will just humiliate myself if I fight you. That being said, I would also like to express my gratitude and also apologize for my behavior. Lucian gave a small bow of apology to Aditya. He was apologizing to Aditya for the disrespect that he was shown to Aditya that day. You saved my life. I will forever remember this debt in my heart. If in the future you ever need anything as long as I can get it with my powers, I will try my best to get it for you. Seeing Lucian leaving, Julia leaned forward and whispered in Aditya's right ear. He has changed. I don't know what happened, but Lucian looks like a completely different person. Even the way he looks at me has also changed. Even Aditya is not sure how or why Lucian's personality has changed. Maybe this has something to do with Aditya saving his life from a peak fourth-order goblin. Either way, this was a good thing for Lucian. Congratulations on getting engaged, Princess Julia. Aditya's instantly frowned hearing the voice. Julia, he is. Oh, he is Duke Addison. Addison coldly smiled as he looked at Aditya like a snake staring at its prey. But little did he know that the prey which he thought to be a weak sheep is actually a dragon in disguise. So, it's nice to meet you. Both of them shook hands. After Duke Addison left, Aditya kept on staring at his back. In their small exchange, the only thing that Aditya sensed from this man was killing intent. This man is definitely going to plan something against me or the Honored family. After about 3.5 hours, one by one all the guests began taking their leave. The party was coming to an end. Everyone had different kinds of thoughts in their minds. But one thing that everything thoughts had in common was that everyone was thinking about the Honored family. Even the Emperor felt a headache knowing with the support of Aditya and Julia, the Honored family might even become stronger than him and gain more influence than the royal family. But then again, knowing Adam's character, the Emperor did not fear that Adam was going to use his powers to take over the throne. After sending off the last guest, Adam and Sophie looked at each other and sighed in relief. Fortunately, nothing went wrong in this event. Everything went perfectly. It was just that after dealing with the nobles, both Sophie and Adam were mentally feeling exhausted. Where is Julia and Aditya? Adam asked when he couldn't find them anywhere in the living room. By now little Zach also had fallen asleep. Leave them alone. Let's just get some sleep. I am already feeling very tired. Adam sighed knowing that his wife was right. He should leave the couple alone in their own world. Aditya, where have you brought me? Currently, Julia has closed her eyes. While closing her eyes because of her strong senses, she can feel that Aditya has taken her out somewhere. The wind was a little chilly but not cold enough to affect Julia or Aditya. You can open your eyes now. When Julia opened her eyes, she was stunned to find herself right above the clouds. The crescent-shaped moonlight reflected on the clouds, making her feel like they had come to some fairyland. She did not expect the night above the clouds to be this beautiful and stunning. Right now Julia's cheeks were a little rosy from drinking alcohol. Even Aditya also had drunk a few glasses of wine, even though he preferred to not touch wine or alcoholic stuff at all, as the previous Aditya had left some bad and traumatic memories that were associated with alcohol. But to entertain the guests, both had to drink a few glasses of wine. You know, I was waiting for my birthday. Out of everyone that gave Julia birthday gifts, the goddess was eagerly anticipating what kind of gift she would get from the man who stole her heart. But during the whole day, much to the goddess's disappointment, she never received any gifts. Princess, you already have received hundreds of gifts. Even the Emperor has gifted you a 4-star artifact. Why would you need my gift? Aditya asked in a teasing voice. HMPH. This princess wasn't waiting for your gift or anything. I don't need your gift. After snorting, the princess looked away, clearly expressing her anger and dissatisfaction with Aditya. Ha ha ha, you know I don't mind giving you a gift. Hearing his words, the princess's eyes lit up as she looked at Aditya. She did not even try to hide the excitement in her sparkling eyes. Of course, I will give you a memorable gift only if you let me sleep with you tonight. Hearing the shameless man's words, the virgin goddess's face instantly went red. Aditya is not sure if her face was red from embarrassment or anger. I see, so this was what you were after from the beginning. Hearing the dark and cold tone, Aditya's body suddenly shivered. He did not feel this fear even when he was facing the fifth-order Goblin King. You bad wolf, do you really think that I care about your gift? Without any warning, the princess gave Aditya a strong bite on his neck. Ouch! Stop biting me. Princess, you call me wolf, but you're the one who is acting like a wolf. Are you sure your bloodline does not have any wolf race blood mixed in it? Given how many times Julia has bitten him till now, Aditya felt his words might be true. All right. Stop messing around and look at your neck." The princess only then noticed something slightly cold around her neck. When she looked down, she widened her eyes in shock, looking at the light blue crescent-shaped crystal pendant on her neck. This, Julia did not know when he put this pendant on her neck. "I hope you like my present. I have personally engraved the runes on his pendant." Chapter 119. This pendant has a mana gathering formation which can increase your cultivation speed by 2 times and also increase your mana recovery speed. Not only that, but this 4-star pendant can also act as a defensive shield that is capable of stopping any attacks from 4th-order cultivators. Another function of this pendant is that this pendant can temporarily increase your agility by 50%. I wanted to add more runes on the pendant, but my current skills limit me. When I learn to make 4-star rune spells, I will make you something even more special. Julia tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. This has to be one of the best gifts that she has ever received. This gift was not special because it was a 4-star artifact. To her, it was special because Aditya gave it on their engagement night. "Thank you, Aditya. I will cherish this gift forever." Julia had a very happy smile that bloomed on her face. Seeing this, Aditya could not stop himself from stopping his face from approaching her. Noticing his head moving, the goddess under the crescent-shaped moonlight reflecting on her face showed her flushed face. She also slowly moved her face. In a few seconds, both of their faces were only a few inches away from each other. Both could feel each other's warm breaths. When their lips were only 2 inches away, both looked into each other's eyes. Those crimson and purple eyes seemed to contain endless emotions in them. From this close distance, both could inhale each other's body fragrance. At this moment, as the north wind blew, their heartbeat was in sync. Under the peaceful night of the crescent moon, above the clouds which acted as a blanket for the couples, covering them from the rest of the world, both of their lips eventually touched. When Aditya's lips gently pressed against her rosy lips, the goddess's body slightly shivered as she felt a jolt of electricity pass through her body. At this moment, neither the goddess nor the monarch was able to understand this new kind of sensation and the feeling that was born in their hearts. Both of their hearts beat very fast in sync, as if both had become one person at this moment. Just when their lips pressed, they experienced something new. The Dragon Monarch felt a kind of excitement that cannot be described in words. He was excited and also felt addicted to this soft, warm, and sweet sensation. He wanted to taste more of it. When the cold breeze hit them, the Dragon Monarch tightly wrapped his arms around his slim and soft waist. Without any hesitation, Aditya gently bit her lips, making the goddess, who was known to be the most beautiful woman on the dying Isle continent, moan slightly. Tilde for a few seconds. Aditya continued gently biting, nibbling on her lips. With each passing second, the goddess felt her body rapidly getting hotter, even though the cold breeze continued to gently hit their bodies. Her breathing was getting ragged. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, the goddess opened her mouth. Aditya, finding the chance, quickly entered her mouth. As soon as his tongue reached in her mouth, once again the virgin goddess, who never even kissed anyone before, trembled slightly. She let go of the restraints that she had and embraced the man that took her first kiss. While her soft body pressed against his body, Julia and Aditya continued with their first kiss. Aditya's tongue continued moving around her mouth, exploring each and every corner of her mouth. Tilda Julia soon learned that she also needed to fight back. Soon both of their tongues coiled around each other, exchanging fluids. To Aditya, her saliva tastes more like sweet nectar. He felt he could get addicted to this. Their kissing continued for nearly 11 minutes. Being cultivators, both of them can easily hold their breath. Nearly after 11 minutes and 49 seconds, both of their wet lips, which were covered in saliva, reluctantly separated. Huff, huff, Julia breathed heavily as she put her forehead against his. Both looked into each other's eyes. Unlike Aditya, who had the body of a dragon, Julia was a normal human. Unlike Aditya, who can almost hold his breath for about an hour, mainly because of his dragon bloodline, the goddess, unfortunately, can only hold on for 15 minutes. After taking a deep breath, Aditya put his right palm on her right cheek and said something which Julia will never forget till the day she dies. "I love you." The tsundere goddess's eyes trembled in emotions. This time, she could not stop herself from taking the initiative and giving another kiss to her dragon monarch. The goddess and the dragon monarch continued flying above the clouds. Under the crescent moon, both of them continued to kiss each other for a long, long time. If Aditya wanted, he could have beyond kissing, but today, this was more than enough. After about 3 hours of non-stop kissing, Julia touched her wet, rosy lips while breathing heavily. "My wife, did you like it?" Before today, Aditya never knew that a kiss can feel this good. Kissing was important for a healthy and long-lasting relationship. The goddess buried her face in his chest while she left herself to be held by Aditya. She breathed heavily and weakly replied, "Yes." Looking around, Aditya realized it was already midnight. Both of them were so lost in kissing each other that they did not realize how fast time passed. "Shall we head back?" Julia weakly nodded her head. Both of them flew back to the castle. Aditya landed in the garden. He then carried Julia all the way to her bedroom. As much as Aditya wanted to sleep with Julia, he held himself tonight. "Good night, Julia." The next day, the whole family woke up very late. At 10 in the morning, Sophie hurriedly made a simple breakfast for everyone. After having breakfast, Julia announced that they were going to leave today. "Julia, are you sure you want to go with me? You can spend a few more weeks with your family." Aditya was going to take this leave. Now that spent nearly 16 days, half a month in this region of the continent, he right now needs to go back so that he can take things from Watson and give the poor old man who was supposed to be his butler, but now was working as his temporary prime minister, a few days of rest. "That's right, my princess, you can stay here as long as you want." Adam almost did not want Julia to leave. He felt these 16 days that they spent together were too little. He wanted his cute daughter to stay here for at least a few more months. "Julia, can you please stay here at least for another 2 weeks?" Even Sophie could not hold herself from asking her daughter to stay. After all, her daughter just returned home after 2 years. The goddess's mother did not want to part with her lovely daughter this soon. They had many things that they needed to talk about. Sophie still wanted to go shopping and do more girl activities with her daughter. Because of the Mana portal and Julia's birthday, Sophie was busy and did not get enough time to spend with her daughter. "Big sister, can you please stay? I want you to teach me about cultivation." Seeing that her whole family was asking her to stay, Julia finally showed a hesitant look. If possible, she also wished to spend more time here. But now that Aditya is going to leave, she wants to come with him and help him with her alchemy skills. Julia finally showed a helpless look. The goddess also wanted to spend some time with her family. She looked at Aditya as if asking for a solution. Aditya smiled in response and said, "You should stay here for the next few months. In the upcoming months of winter, I will be busy with many things. Also, with the large number of pills that you made for the kingdom, I don't think we will be needing any pills at least for the next 6 months. Aditya knew how hard his woman had worked for this kingdom. He wanted her to take a few months of break. It was not like Aditya was going to start another war. Right now, his only focus was to develop and upgrade the Istrian military. "All right, I will stay here for the next few months." But deep down, the goddess was reluctant to leave Aditya. After seeing him regularly for almost 2.5 years, Julia was going to miss Aditya greatly. Aditya also felt the same. "Boy, take this with you." Adam threw a storage ring at Aditya. This storage ring has all the materials that you need to build a teleportation array." Knowing that Aditya now can make 3-star rune spells, Adam knew his son-in-law can also make teleportation arrays in his kingdom. This will save Julia a lot of time and allow her to easily come back. After putting the storage ring in his pocket, Aditya bowed his head to Adam and Sophie. "Auntie and uncle, thank you very much for everything. If you have time, please don't hesitate to visit the Eastern Kingdom. Both Adam and Sophie at this point treated Aditya like their own biological son. Aditya experienced the warmth of a family, something which he had forgotten a long time ago. He was able to smile more often because of them. Deep down, Aditya was respecting Adam and Sophie like his own parents. Don't worry, as soon as you finish making the teleportation array, I will be sure to visit you along with little Zack. Speaking of little Zack, his eyes were full of tears as he was unwilling to part with his big brother. Aditya patted the little boy on his head. I am not leaving forever. From now on you can come and see me anytime. Just wait till I finish making the teleportation array. I have asked Eddie to prepare the teleportation array. No one will know which region of the continent you will be teleporting to. Aditya nodded at Adam with a grateful look. It was not the correct time to reveal his background to the whole world. After giving one last look to Julia, when Zack blinked his eyes and opened them, he saw that Aditya had already vanished as if he had teleported somewhere else. Sigh. I am already starting to miss Aditya. Sophie sighed. For some reason, their castle felt kind of empty without his presence. In these 16 days, Aditya had become a core part of their family. Meanwhile, after using the teleportation array, Aditya managed to return to the eastern region of the continent, to the capital of Nayland Kingdom. Aditya did not reveal his identity. He quietly exited the city and flew off in the direction of the Eastern Kingdom. Right now his speed was 601. Without using any skills, without having to carry someone, he was able to move even faster. Aditya managed to return to his kingdom within 14.5 hours. Chapter 120. The month of summer already had passed by. It was fall. The temperature was slowly beginning to get colder. The temperature of this world is different from Earth. In a world where everything single matter is influenced by mana, the weather of this world is harsher than on Earth. No human on the Earth can adapt to this world's harsh weather. But the animals, plants, humans, and other races had no problem with this weather. As being born in a world with mana, every people, regardless of whether they are a cultivator or not, has a stronger body compared to humans from the Earth. That being said, it does not mean that ordinary humans can bear the extreme cold of the winter. The winter was also called a month of nightmares by ordinary people. Every year hundreds of thousands of people died just from the harsh cold winter. Under Aditya's rule, the first 2 winter seasons were especially hard for ordinary people. At that time the food prices had gone through the roof. For ordinary people affording 3 times a meal was nearly impossible. During winter seasons, in order to maintain the body temperature, the body uses more energy than in other seasons. Thus, the food requirement for the people also increases. But with very high food prices, it was not impossible for many families to afford food. For the people, it was either do or die situation. They had 2 choices. It was either leave the Eastern Kingdom and settle down in some other neighboring kingdoms, or stay in the Eastern Kingdom, which was their birthplace, and starve to death. This is why during winter times almost 70 to 90% of the ordinary people leave the Eastern Kingdom. After winter passes, some people decide to return back to their homeland, while some decide to continue living in neighboring kingdoms. But this year, the situation of the Eastern Kingdom has completely changed. The food prices have gone, making it possible for ordinary people to afford 3 meals per day. The king has introduced new reforms and plans which reduce the unemployment percentage to less than 10%. This all happened within the span of 2 months. Nowadays, the people of the Eastern Kingdom wake up with a sense of peace. They no longer have to worry about feeding their children. The Eastern Kingdom, which previously was an undesirable place to live, had become a golden paradise for ordinary people. The crime rate and the corruption in the kingdom were way lower compared to other neighboring kingdoms. This made it an ideal place for ordinary people to settle down. Merchants from various other kingdoms started coming to the Eastern Kingdom. Overall, the condition of the kingdom has significantly improved. Of course, not everyone was happy with this improvement. Those people wanted nothing but to see the Eastern Kingdom get burned to ash. After flying for more than 14 hours, the Dragon King finally returned to this kingdom. Flying above the Azure City, Aditya looked at the changes that has taken place. The size of the city has expanded by almost 2 times. The city now had almost 150,000 people calling it home. Right now, the whole Azure City was divided into 4 wards or zones. They were known as the Eastern Zone, Northern Zone, Southern Zone, and Western Zone. The king's castle, the troops' training ground, and other important offices were built at the center of the city. It looks like Watson has finished constructing the moat. 25 meters thick and 30 meters deep moat surrounded the entire Azure City. Aditya built this moat to prevent enemies from easily entering the city. Huge 15 meters tall and 5 meters thick walls were made from thick stones. The walls were strong enough to withstand attacks from second-order cultivators and from low-grade siege weapons, which is used by almost all of the neighboring kingdoms. There were more than 500 soldiers actively patrolling the whole city, while another 500 soldiers were guarding the city walls. The Azure City had 4 big gates. Each gate was located in one ward or zone. I can sense the presence of some powerful adventurers in the city. After breaking through 3rd order and also evolving his bloodline to divine rank, Aditya's senses have improved by almost 10 times. Without even using his mana, his natural senses were strong enough to cover the entire city. I guess the decision to let Alicia open a branch office of her guild in the kingdom also had a role in increasing this kingdom's economy. Because of the guild branch, thousands of new jobs were created. Because of the increase in adventurers, new inns, new taverns, restaurants, new public baths, new clothing shops, and many other kinds of shops were created. But the city is still lacking in its defense. After visiting Abigail City, Aditya realized how far and how undeveloped his and other kingdoms in the eastern region were. For example, all the cities in the northwestern region had city defensive barriers covering entire cities like a dome that stopped any intruder from entering the city. But these kinds of barriers did not exist in this region. This meant that anyone can easily sneak inside the city. For example, Aditya, unlike other cultivators, can fly using his wings. He can enter any city by flying, but with a mana barrier covering the entire city, no one would be able to enter the city from the sky. While flying 50 meters above the sky, Aditya noticed that new roads were being constructed outside the city. The plan was to make roads to connect Vrain City, Ziraka City, High Tide Harbor City, and Azure City. These roads were going to be made through the mountain ranges. After this project is completed, it will make transportation between these 4 cities even faster. It looks like Watson has been doing well in my absence. Before Aditya left, he had shared his future plans with Watson. In his absence, Watson has been continuing to complete those projects that were going to transform the Eastern Kingdom. I will have to find myself a prime minister. Watson was not the prime minister of this kingdom. Aditya did not find time to look for a person with enough capabilities to handle the role of his prime minister. Aditya landed in the garden of his castle. In these 16 days of absence, the whole broken and old palace has been transformed into a new, luxurious-looking royal palace. As soon as Aditya landed, a figure moved at its full speed and appeared in front of Aditya. The person then placed one knee on the ground and welcomed his king's return. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Watson's had almost become unrecognizable. He now looked even younger than before. Those few wrinkles on his face and his white hair rather gave him a unique handsomeness. Compared to Walter, Watson now looked like someone who had returned back to their prime. "Watson, you know there is no need for you to kneel when we're alone." Aditya already had said those words many times, but Watson never changed. Watson stood up from the ground and looked at Aditya with a happy smile. He was extremely happy about the fact that Aditya had managed to reach beginner 3rd order. When Aditya left, he was mid-2nd order. In just 16 days, Aditya managed to break through Third Order, which again showed how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Congratulations on breaking through Third Order, Your Majesty. When we're alone, just call me young master. Aditya felt when the people close to him called him Majesty, they were creating a distance from him. Watson, it looks like you also have become more powerful. Aditya senses the changes in Watson and his other draconian bodies when he reached Azure City. Your Majesty, I am sure by now you already know of this. I have managed to evolve into a dragon. Watson was Aditya's Dragonian. When his bloodline evolved, the golden drop of blood that had merged with Watson's body also evolved. There were two types of dragons in this world. Dragons were a being that can be classified as magical animals and also as humans. The wild dragons were pure magical animals. Wild dragons do not have the power to transform into a human, but when a magical animal reached the Fifth Order, that magical animal will obtain the power to transform into a human. There was also a second type of dragon-like Aditya that are born in their human form and are able to transform into dragons. But the second type of dragon cannot exist without the first type. When two dragons mate after reaching the Fifth Order, the dragon child will be born with the natural ability to transform into a dragon and a human. However, there are some special cases. Among wild dragons, there is some dragon who has a special bloodline. When two Fifth Order wild dragons possess special bloodline mates, the child born will have the special dragon bloodline. But in certain extreme unfortunate cases, the child born between two dragons won't be able to activate the dragon bloodline in them. This means that the child cannot transform into a dragon either. This is what happened with Aditya. He could not activate his dragon bloodline even after reaching the age of 12. Watson has become a dragon in a third and the most special way. A divine dragon has the power to turn humans into dragons. So all of Aditya's Dragonians also evolved into dragons on the day when his bloodline evolved, though Watson and others do not possess any special dragon bloodline. But Aditya is sure that compared to Dragonians, those who have evolved from Dragonians to become a dragon are more stronger and powerful. Let's head inside the castle. Tell me about the events that took place in my absence. Watson, as he began following Aditya, it was already late night. Almost everyone in the castle had gone to sleep, so no one sensed Aditya's presence. Chapter 121. Nothing major happened in the young master's absence. Maybe one or two exceptions. The Nyland king has suddenly fallen ill, which has created a tense situation in the Nyland kingdom. Yet the next ruler of the kingdom has not been decided yet. All the princes of the Nyland kingdom are doing their utter best to gain more political power so that they can rise up to become kings. In fact, all the princes have secretly sent letters to the young master, the Istarian king, asking for political support. What did you do with the letters? Aditya couldn't help but frown. The last time he saw the Nyland king, the old man looked very well and healthy. What could have possibly happened that has made the king fall ill? I read the letters. I replied that currently His Majesty is cultivating closed doors. His Majesty has asked no one to interrupt him. Nicely done, Watson. We need to handle the matter of Nyland Kingdom with utmost care. We will have to remember that our interest comes before anyone. Watson nodded his agreement. Young master, do you have any plans of starting a war with the Nyland Kingdom in the future? Watson can never guess what his king is thinking. To him, Aditya is always unpredictable. Aditya did not reply immediately. Watson continued to follow Aditya in silence. After about an entire minute of silence, Aditya finally opened his mouth. For now, I will take a neutral stance in this throne succession fight. We will continue to treat them as allies. But this alliance might get broken if the old king's successor turns out to be an idiot. When a new ruler takes over the throne, new reforms, new rules, and a new taxation system are introduced. The new ruler might not share the vision that the old king had. This is what exactly concerns Aditya. According to the rumor, None of the old king's sons has the quality to become a wise kings. His sons are either too greedy or too bloodthirsty to expand their territory. Aditya is sure that when a new king takes over the throne, there is a 90% chance that the new king might set his eyes on the Eastern kingdom. Right now, while the Nyland kingdom is considered the strongest kingdom in this region, it was the Eastern kingdom that had the largest land under its control. The bigger the land was, the more resources that land will have. In the future, it is guaranteed that the Eastern kingdom will grow stronger than the Nyland kingdom, given the large number of resources they have. There is no way the new king would let one of its neighboring kingdoms become stronger than its own kingdom. Unfortunately, I don't think the old king's successor will follow the old king's vision. While the current Nyland king formed an alliance with my kingdom, especially after knowing our potential, his successor might have a different approach on his matter. The reason why the current Nyland king did not attack the Eastern kingdom was because of the political instability in his kingdom. Another reason was that he needed a strong ally to fight off against the powerful kingdom that lies on the northern edge of this region. That kingdom connected the eastern region of the continent with the northern region. Your Majesty, should we start sending more soldiers on our borders? Watson worriedly asked. No, I don't think there will be any conflict in the next few months. While the old king is alive, I don't think he will allow his successor to even think of harming the Eastern kingdom. But that might change when the old king dies. So in this time, we will have to increase our military strength to match the Nyland kingdom. Aditya was not sure how many fourth-order cultivators the Nyland kingdom had. It was rumored that the Nyland kingdom had only one fourth order, but Aditya is beginning to feel that this rumor was fake. Your young master, are you planning on turning more of our soldiers into Dragonians? This was the fastest way Watson felt they can increase their military powers. I have few plans that will quickly improve our military strength. By the way, can you please prepare me something to eat? I am starving. Watson nodded with a smile. This all started when one night Aditya come and asked him for dinner. Since that night, everything has been changing for good. Even though Watson does not know what exactly changed Aditya, he was very happy with Aditya's changes. Your Majesty, while you were away, we have to kill a few corrupted officials who secretly was selling sensitive information to one of the neighboring kingdoms. I have to admit that Nathan's assassination skills are top-notch. In a single night, he managed to kill all the corrupted nobles. Good job. This should also serve as a good example. Anyone who betrays the Eastern kingdom is to be killed. Aditya did not have any mercy for those who betrayed him and his kingdom. Do you have anything else to Major to report? Aditya asked as he sat at the dining table, while Watson began to prepare the leftover food for Aditya. The Dragon King did not care what he ate. He was all right having leftover food. I don't know if this is important or not, but recently the Nepoka Kingdom's king has ordered a new batch of siege weapons. At first, I also assumed that the Nepoka Kingdom is getting ready for war, but they stated that these siege weapons were ordered to increase their defense. Aditya smirked and coldly asked, "And you believed in their words?" Young master, even a child knows which kingdom is currently stronger. Our military power has been almost tripled in these 1.5 months' time. It would be extremely foolish of King Ethan if he decides to wage war against us. I don't think that King Ethan is that stupid. Watson, what if they have some other kinds of plans? Hearing Aditya's words, the butler went quiet. He and Aditya shared a look of silence. I guess we will have to look deeper into this matter. Watson also nodded his head in agreement. Did anything else happen? Aditya asked while pouring himself a glass of water. Well, some of our soldiers have spotted some weird movements near the high-tide harbor city. Some of our soldiers were even injured. I am not sure what exactly happened as I have yet to send an investigation there. This incident happened yesterday night. Don't worry, I will personally look into this matter. What about the slaves? Aditya asked. I made them live in the castle for now. I have been giving them 3 meals and pills that will restore their malnourished bodies. Good. What about Leo and his little sister? Last time, Aditya had sent Leo and his sister along with some other children to the Eastern Kingdom. He had met the brother and sister pair when he and Julia were traveling to the Nyland Kingdom to use the teleportation array. Surprisingly, Leo is very talented. In such a short time, he has managed to reach peak second order. So how is his character? Aditya asked. The kid is cold. I can't imagine what he had to went through to become this cold. I can sense his hunger for strength. It seems he has a backstory. I tried to make Leo open himself, which did not happen. The kid always kept a distance from everyone. Fortunately, his little sister has a lively personality. If not for him, I am afraid Leo would have been totally consumed by darkness. Aditya and Watson continued to chat about various things for the next 2 hours. Aditya realized that he needed a few hours of sleep, especially after flying for 14 hours. So the meeting came to an end. The next day, before the morning sunlight could fall on the Eastern Kingdom, the Eastern troops were already awake. Even in Aditya's absence, the 7 generals kept on with their training. Every day they and the soldiers would wake up at 5 in the morning. If any soldier was late for training, that soldier would be punished severely. Bro, wake up already, otherwise we will be late for the training. Inside one of the training camps in one of the rooms, 3 soldiers looked at the 4th soldier who was lying on the bed and sleeping without a care in the world. ZZZZ, ZZZZ, ZZZZ. What the hell? The 2nd soldier, whose name was Green, felt his blood boiling. This was the 3rd time in a month that they were late, all because of this snoring pig. Let's pour water on his face. I don't want to be punished because of Ewan. The Green also nodded in agreement. In this half-month time, their team has been punished 3 times because of Pig Ewan, and each time the punishment only gets severe. The training camp was separated into 7 parts. Right now the training camp had over 21,000 recruited soldiers who were currently training under the 7 generals. Aditya had built the training camp with the capacity to hold well over 50,000 soldiers. Each part of the training camp was headed by one of the generals who were known as captains inside the training camp. Ewan, Smith, Green, and Carlos, all 4 were all part of the 5th Division. Amber had made the 3,000 soldiers under her into 4-man team. Each room had 4 beds. The recruits were required to share the rooms. If a single recruit from a room was late, then his other 3 roommates would also be punished. Amber made this rule to make sure that no recruit is late for training. Let me wake him up. Green and Smith moved out of the way to let Carlos, the 3rd soldier, wake up Ewan. Carlos felt anger seeing his snoring face. Without any hesitation, he condensed mana in his right fist and punched Ewan's stomach. All the recruits in the 5th Division heard a painful scream. They looked at each other in a mix of confusion. All the 3,000 recruits of the 5th Division stood in formation. Amber, the Golden Fox Queen as usual, came 9 minutes late. As Amber walked in front of all the recruits, many males gulped seeing the famous Fox Queen. Almost all of the recruits in the 5th Division had a crush on Amber. Even the recruits from other divisions couldn't stop themselves from falling for the 5th Division captain. Amber looked at the faces that she has been seeing for the last 1.5 months. By now, she had memorized all of their faces. Was anyone late today? While asking that, Amber's eyes fell on Ewan. She had punished this man 3 times this month. Because of him, his roommates were also punished. Another fox woman stood behind Amber. This fox woman was the vice captain of the 5th Division. Amber had chosen someone from her race to be the vice captain. She did not care if she was being criticized for being biased. Her name was Ella. Ella had bob-cut blue hair. Although Ella was not beautiful as Amber, she also had a fair number of fans in the training camp. What attracted the males' attention was her big bouncy mountains that giggled every time she took a step. No one was late today. Hearing Ella's words, Amber was slightly relieved in her heart. She wanted discipline from her soldiers. Discipline was more important than anything. All right, let's start today's training. Let's start with warm. Captain, His Majesty has asked for your presence. Chapter 122. All right, let's start today's training. Let's start with warm. Captain, His Majesty has asked for your presence. Amber couldn't help but smile hearing these words. These 16 days, Amber has been wanting to meet Aditya and show him the progress that she has made. All right, I am coming. Ella, you take over. Scene change, Your Majesty. I am extremely happy to see you back. Currently, Aditya was sitting at the dining table. Watson was sitting on his right side. The maids have begun preparing breakfast for their king and everyone. Tyler, Nathan, Alina, and Henry. I am happy to see that all of you have reached beginner 3 ard order. It was all thanks to His Majesty's dragon blood. It would have taken us months to reach this level. Even with the pills that Julia had made for them, it would have taken them at least 4 to 7 months to reach 3rd order. Maybe even more time. Tyler, there is no need to thank me. The 7 of you are my generals. In the future, each of you will be burdened with heavy responsibilities. Each of you will have to lead armies on the battlefield. As my most trusted subordinate, you all deserved it. It was not just Tyler, Nathan, Alina, and Henry who had reached the 3rd order, but Josh, Amber, and Scott also had reached the beginner 3rd order. Amber's situation is a little special. Because of her royal fox bloodline, she can cultivate body warrior and mage paths. In the warrior path, she had reached beginner 3rd order, while in the mage path she has broken through peak 2nd order. Aditya was special. Because of having a dragon bloodline, he only had to cultivate one path. His dragon bloodline gave him a 3-element manipulation ability, a mage ability, while his dragon body put his physical stats way above warrior cultivators who have the same cultivation as Aditya. Don't just stand there. Sit down and have breakfast with me. This was not the first time Aditya had invited them to have breakfast with him. Everyone took a chair and seat down. How is the recruits' training going on? Aditya asked. Your Majesty, in another half-month or a month's time, the troops in my division would be ready to enter the battlefield. All the recruits were given special pills that Julia had made. With these pills, even a person with ordinary talent can break reached mid-1st order in just 1 month and a half. Except for 534 recruits, all other recruits in my 7th division have reached peak 1st order, while a few talented recruits have managed recently break through 2nd order. Henry looked proud, reporting his progress to His Majesty. Unlike other division captains, it would have been wrong to say that Henry's training regime is one of the most brutal ones out there. Every day he would make the recruits in his division train for 10 hours. After having dinner, he would force them to spend another extra 5 hours cultivating. While the captains of other divisions allowed the new recruits to rest and do whatever they wanted after 10 hours of training, Henry did not give them this freedom. When it came to training, no one was more strict than Henry. Wonderful, but be sure to not push the recruits too much. After all, they are not machines. They are living beings who also need rest. Henry silently nodded his head. His Majesty's words made him realize that he has been too harsh on his recruits. From no one, I will give them half-day rest every Friday. When the recruits' training ended, they were free to leave training camp and roam around Azure City. But after a certain time, all the recruits had to come back, otherwise they will be punished. And also during the training phase, no recruits are allowed to leave the city or take out the cultivation pills. What about you, Nathan? Previously, Aditya had placed most of the Magians who were willing to work in Division 3. Out of 3,000 recruits in my division, all the Magians already have progressed to beginner 2nd order, while around 30% of the remaining recruits are yet to reach peak 1st order. Except for the Magians, none of the recruits in my division are ready to take missions. Compared to other divisions, the training to make assassins was way more complex. While other divisions can complete their training within 2 to 3 months, the recruits in Nathan's division needed at least 6 months. After a small moment of silence, Aditya looked at Nathan and suggested, why don't we try training the recruits by sending them to deal with low-level thugs and criminals? Low-level thugs and criminals were ordinary people who bullied, robbed, and even killed other people. Hearing Aditya's words, Nathan's eyes lit up in hope. Your Majesty, I think this might be possible. Since our target will be low-level criminals, my recruits should be able to take care of them. This will also give them some experience about their assassin life. All right, I will leave this matter in your hands. Do not disappoint me. Nathan nodded his head. The meeting went on for 5 more hours. In that meeting, all of the generals reported their progress in training new division troops. After their reports ended, Aditya gave them some suggestions. The meeting went on while everyone had breakfast. Watson reported about the various changes that took within the Eastern Kingdom because of the merit earning system. He also reported to him about foreign affairs. Aditya then talked about the things that he had planned for his kingdom. After a long discussion, the generals went back to their respective training camps. But before leaving, Aditya asked them to remove the slave collar from the 700 slaves that he had previously bought. The slaves were totally loyal to the Eastern Kingdom. Aditya was not worried about the slaves running away or betraying him. Right now, Watson and Aditya were on the other side of the castle to meet certain people who he has not seen for half a month. Young Master, are you planning on turning those 500 human slaves with mana-crippled hearts into Dragonians? That's the plan. I am also thinking of introducing a new division that will only have Dragonians. Leaving Watson, Tyler, Nathan, Henry, and Alina aside, Aditya currently had 25 Dragonians who were secretly training in the castle. The existence of the Dragonians was only known to the generals and a few more people. All of those people were someone whom Aditya trusted with his life. Watson, right now, I am a divine dragon. Right now, I cannot show the world that I have a divine dragon, otherwise, I will attract the attention of many powerful beings from all over the world. Aditya had a different identity in the northwestern region. Even if his divine dragon bloodline awakening had caught the attention of some big powerhouse, they cannot investigate and find the husband of the goddess of alchemy, as his identity was fake. But the same thing won't happen if the world learns that the Eastern king has the divine dragon bloodline. Forget about the divine dragon part. If the people learn that the goddess's husband is the king of the Eastern kingdom, many powerful factions from the northwestern region won't hesitate to plot and scheme to destroy his kingdom. The identity of a dragon who has managed to awaken the divine dragon bloodline is too sensitive. Having the divine dragon bloodline means that Aditya was destined to reach 7th order or maybe even high order. The most powerful factions that stood at the top of the world would take this news either as a threat or as an opportunity. Some would use this opportunity to befriend a future 7th order powerhouse, just like what the Emperor of Echo Dominion did. Some factions who are feeling threatened would want to eliminate Aditya before he can reach the 7th order. But young master, you did not change your name. What if someone finds you with your name? Watson worriedly asked. The husband of the goddess and the Eastern king had the same name. What if people realize that both are the same person? That won't happen. You will find thousands of males on this continent who have the exact same name as me. The probability of that happening is too small. Besides, Aditya was not planning on hiding forever. As long as his kingdom manages to become a 5th-tier powerhouse, then he has nothing to worry about. Given how fast his kingdom was developing, it won't take the Eastern kingdom to become a 5th-tier powerhouse. Knock, knock, come in. Aditya couldn't help but smile hearing the familiar voice. Click. After opening the door, Aditya saw a person who completely looked unrecognizable. You have changed a lot, Leo. Chapter 123. Leo, you have changed. Aditya, seeing the fragile, weak, and malnourished-looking boy whom he had taken under his wing, grew up this quickly. The Leo of the present looked nothing like his past self. He had grown a little taller. He no longer looked malnourished or skinny. Instead, his body was showing signs of developing muscles. Even though he was only 14 years old, he looked like he was around 16 or 17 years old. Your Majesty, welcome back. Leo got on his one knee and lowered his head to greet his king. After getting dragon bloodline, Leo had completely submitted himself to Aditya and considered him as his king. "Get up, where is your little sister?" Aditya thought Leo's little sister would be with Leo. Leo was about to reply, but Watson replied first. "Your Majesty, I have sent all the children to school. Leo's sister is also currently attending school." Good job. Leo, why are you not going to school?" Aditya asked. Before leaving to meet Julia's parents, Aditya had spent a few days making plans to build public schools all over the Eastern Kingdom. As someone who was from the 21st century, Aditya felt that every citizen needed to have writing and learning skills. Not just writing and learning, but also basic mathematics and other basic subjects. In this world, schools and education were only reserved for the rich and the noble. Aditya wanted to change that and set a system where everyone had equal rights of education. Even though he can't bring the concept of equality to a world where the weak became the victim, while the rich and powerful were untouchable, at least he can give everyone an equal start. By knowing how to write and read, ordinary people will have more career options in their lives. Not only that, the increase of literacy rate in the kingdom will improve the economy, will create more jobs, promote gender equality, build self-esteem, and improve overall quality of life. Around 20 days ago, the Eastern King had announced a new rule. That is, every child from the age of 7 to 15 must go to school and complete their basic education. When the ordinary people learned that their children can go to schools for free and receive basic education, they were more than happy to send their children to schools. But not everyone in the kingdom saw this as positive news. Some middle-class and lower-class families thought that going to school was a waste of time. They thought it would be better for their child to spend time working instead of going to school. To change the minds of these people, Aditya had to run several campaigns, public awareness events. "Why should I go to school? I already know how to read and write. I just want to focus on cultivating." Leo coldly replied. "I see. What is your current cultivation rank?" Aditya curiously asked. Aditya did not force Leo to go to school. Since Leo already knew how to read and write, it was enough. It was not like Leo was going to become a royal official or anything. Leo showed a proud smile as he released a bit of his aura. "I have reached peak second order. It will take a few months to reach beginner third order." "I see, good job. If you need anything, then don't hesitate to ask Watson." After leaving Leo's room, Watson, who was following Aditya, couldn't help but ask, "Young master, why didn't you order Leo to go to school?" In these past 10 days, Watson has been trying to make Leo go to school, but the boy was hell-bent on cultivating and did not want any distraction. Watson felt a child of Leo's age should go to school. Given his cold personality, I don't think any of his classmates would want to even approach him. Even if I send him to school, he will end up feeling more lonely and isolated. That's true. The only thing that was keeping Leo sane was his little sister's lively personality. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the siblings were totally dependent on each other. Neither can live without each other. Leo wanted to become strong to protect his little sister, while his sister's love is what worked as his driving force. Watson, Leo is someone who has the eyes of vengeance. When I met him that day, his eyes had the hunger for strength. I am sure he wouldn't hesitate to even trade his soul to the devil for strength. "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" Currently, Aditya and Watson are in a large circular room. The room was more than 20 meters in size. The floor of the room was made from black marble. The walls were painted white. "You're me calling Majesty again. I apologize, but it has become a habit. I like addressing the young master as His Majesty. As the Dragon King, the young master deserves to be called His Majesty." Sigh. "Fine, have it your way. I am going to make a personal teleportation array." "Teleportation array? Don't tell me." Aditya chuckled, seeing Watson's reaction. "Yes, now I can make 3-star rune spells. I am going to make 2 teleportation arrays." The materials that Adam gave Aditya were enough to make 2 teleportation arrays. "Your Majesty, what did you mean by personal teleportation array?" "This teleportation array is going to be personal to the king, and the people close to the king. I don't even want anyone other than the people living in the castle to know about this teleportation array. The main reason to build this personal teleportation array was that he wanted to make things easier for Julia. Before leaving, Aditya has convinced Old Man Tobias to make a similar teleportation array inside the castle. In the future, Aditya was also planning on making similar teleportation arrays in all of the Eastern cities. This will connect the entire Eastern Kingdom. Within a day, Aditya would be able to teleport anywhere in the Eastern Kingdom. Let's start, since this was Aditya's first time making an actual teleportation array. He was slightly nervous. This was not training. Making even a small mistake wasn't an option. Even a mistake would make the teleportation array not functional. Aditya took a deep breath as he took a few steps forward, while Watson closely observed His Majesty. But then someone comes with a piece of news. Your Majesty. Both Watson and Aditya turned their heads to look at the black-haired maid. What happened? Can't you see that His Majesty is currently in the middle of doing something very important? Watson slightly got angry at the maid. My apologizes. The maid hurriedly bowed his head. The maid's body slightly trembled in fear. She has heard that even a small mistake could end up with her life being taken away. She was afraid if His Majesty was also going to do the same. Watson, there is no need to be angry. It's not like she knew what I was going to do. Hearing Aditya's words, the maid sighed in relief. Watson nodded back at Aditya. Tell me what happened. Watson asked in a stern tone. Master, the head of Deep Sea Merchant are here for your audience. Bring them to the living room. Tell them I will there in a minute. The maid simply bowed her head and hurriedly left the room. What happened? Aditya was curious about this Deep Sea Merchant group. He never has heard of his name before. It's nothing important. After His Highness left, a new merchant group came to the Eastern Kingdom. At first, I had no problem with the Deep Sea Merchant group, but a few days ago, I found that the Deep Sea Merchant was using soldiers to attack other merchant groups. Not only that, but also the Deep Sea Merchant group had over 10,000 troops, which also violates the laws of the Eastern Kingdom. Aditya had made new laws and reforms to his kingdom. One of those laws was that a merchant group cannot have more than 5,000 troops. The law also stated that fights between two merchant groups are strictly forbidden. The merchant groups had to solve their matters in court instead. In this age and this world, it was not uncommon when two big merchant groups fought. But whenever a big fight between two big merchants happened, the people also suffered as a result of it. Aditya wanted the merchants to solve their problems peacefully or through the royal court. As a result, I had sent Tyler to kill some of their troops and caught the rest of their troops. I also had ordered the head of the head Deep Merchant Group to come and give a proper explanation. Based on what the Deep Merchant Group was going to say, I was planning on giving them a big fine and some penalties. Let's go then. I am curious to know why the Deep Sea Merchant Group has the courage to openly break one of my laws. Watson and Aditya went to meet the head of the Deep Sea Merchant Group. Sitting in the living room, two people were waiting for the unofficial Prime Minister. Young Master, please restrain your anger in front of the Prime Minister. I heard that the Prime Minister has almost the same power as the Eastern King. If we want to keep our business running in the Eastern Kingdom, then we cannot afford to offend them. HMPH. That old man is just an unofficial Prime Minister. I am not afraid of the Eastern King, so why I should feel afraid of that old man? Today, I will also let the Eastern Kingdom know the consequence of messing with the Deep Sea Merchant Group. Young Master, please don't do that. We're here to complete our mission. I think it would be bad to expose our identity. Our whole plan could end up failing. So what? I am well aware of the current military strength of the Eastern Kingdom. We can crush this kingdom within a few days. I have some net problems at home. I will another chapter a few more hours later. Chapter 124. Young Master, please don't do that. We're here to complete our mission. I think it would be bad to expose our identity. Our whole plan could end up failing. So what? I am well aware of the current military strength of the Eastern Kingdom. We can crush this kingdom within a few days. A few minutes later, following both Aditya and Watson came to the living room. Seeing them, both the head of the deep-sea merchant group and the butler who stood behind the couch all turned their attention to Watson and Aditya. Richard and Gorge both paid special attention to the young man with long blue hair. The young man followed Watson and sat next to him. Seeing the handsome-looking young man sitting next to Watson, Gorge and Richard both exchanged a look of surprise. Both obviously had no idea who this young man was. If only they had known that this young man is the king of the Eastern Kingdom. Meanwhile, after sitting down, the Dragon Monarch began observing their guests. The man who sat on the couch had a slightly ugly and fat-looking face. The man had short blonde hair. He was wearing luxurious clothes and gold chains around his neck. What pissed Aditya about this man was his arrogant and prideful look. Not even the Emperor of Echo Dominion had that arrogance, yet a mere merchant was looking at Watson and Aditya like he owned the whole world. Behind the fat young master, there was 5 feet 11 inches tall man in his 40s. The man had a few wrinkles on his face. The man was wearing a butler outfit. "Good afternoon, Sir Watson. My name is Gorge, and this is my personal butler, Richard." Meanwhile, a maid carrying many delicious snacks and tea entered the room. While the maid poured tea for the guests, Watson introduced himself. "My name is Watson. I am currently the unofficial Prime Minister of the Eastern Kingdom. Sitting beside me is the newly appointed student of mine. His name is Itsuki. Sir Watson, I like to keep things simple and straightforward. Why my soldiers were attacked and also detained. We did not do any illegal activities, nor did we offend anyone while doing business. I demand that you release my remaining soldiers and pay compensation for the dead soldiers." Before Watson could reply, Aditya raised his right leg over his left thigh. He then folded his arms on his chest and coldly stared at the head of the deep-sea merchant group. "Sir Gorge, in case you forgot, let me remind you again. The Eastern law says that no merchant group is allowed to keep more than 5,000 soldiers. Despite sending repetitive warnings, you crossed the limit and went on to keep 10,000 soldiers. When the royal officials went to announce your punishment and penalty, you even humiliated them. I had no choice but to use violence to suppress my personal troops. Around 5,000 troops have been captured while the rest has been killed. Now, what do you have to say in your defense?" Gorge and Richard both frowned, seeing the way Aditya was sitting. When Watson spoke, Aditya did not even blink his eyes. Those cold crimson eyes of the dragon kept on staring at Gorge, making him feel scared and unsafe for some reason. "Sir Watson, you will have to understand that the deep-sea merchant group is currently one of the biggest merchant groups in the Eastern Kingdom. Just having 5,000 personal soldiers is not enough." It was Richard, Gorge's butler, who replied to Watson's question. "In that case, why didn't you hire the adventurers? I am sure there were thousands of adventurers who would be more than willing to accept your escort and guarding missions." Watson was still trying to resolve things in a peaceful way, but if Gorge keeps on being stubborn, Watson fears that this might not end well for Gorge and his deep-sea merchant group. "That being said, you not only have broken the Eastern law but also have ignored the warnings and also have insulted one of the royal officials. The deep-sea merchant group will be fined and will have to penalties for their crime." Watson was about to announce the penalties, but Gorge could not hold his anger anymore. Bulsh ***. Gorge suddenly kicked the table that was between the two couches. Bang! "Who do you think you're?" Watson frowned as he looked at Gorge. Meanwhile, the coldness in Aditya's eyes only increased. Gorge might not have noticed it, but Richard, being smart, was able to notice this. He put his hand on his master's shoulder and tried to calm him, but Gorge did not stop there. "I ran the deep-sea merchant group. Do you think just because the Eastern Kingdom had defeated the Zulux dynasty, you can do whatever you want? I am warning you. Don't challenge the deep-sea merchant group. You won't be able to handle the consequence. I order you to release my remaining man and also handsomely compensate for killing other 5,000 troops. Otherwise, what? Aditya could not sit around and watch this unfold. He stood up and looked directly into Gorge's eyes. Gorge began trembling when looking at those crimson eyes that were glowing in blood-red color. Gorge felt as if he was staring at the eyes of God of War. Even though Aditya did not release his killing intent yet, Gorge felt paralyzed just by staring at those crimson eyes that seems to have an endless thirst for blood. From now on, I, Aditya, as the king of the Eastern Kingdom, revoking the right that the Eastern Kingdom had given to the Deep Sea Merchant Group to trade. Furthermore, all of the Deep Sea Merchant Group assets will be seized by the Eastern Kingdom. It was then both Richard and Gorge realized their grave mistake. Both realized this whole time they were in the presence of the Eastern King. No, you can't do this to me. I am king and I get to do what I want. As punishment for disrespecting the royal official and the unofficial prime minister of the Eastern Kingdom, I announce that you and everyone who is working for the Deep Sea Merchant Group will be sentenced to death. Without not even waiting for Gorge to say anything, Aditya raised his left foot and kicked Gorge's chest, which sent him flying to the other side of the living room. Bang! Seeing this, Richard, Gorge's butler's face turned pale. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We made a big mistake. Too late. Aditya summoned his crimson flame and burned Richard's whole body to ashes. Watson, yes, Your Majesty, send out an order to capture all the employees of the Deep Sea Merchant Group. After capturing them, leaving the innocent ones, others to be killed. Also seize all the assets and property owned by the Deep Sea Merchant Group. Aditya then walked up to Gorge, who now looked at Aditya in fear. Eastern King, you will regret doing this. The Eastern Sea Elven won't let you go. However, Aditya was not affected by Gorge's words. Aditya grabbed Gorge by his throat and lifted him in the air. This monarch was never afraid of making enemies. I already have hundreds of enemies. Adding one more is not going to change anything. Aditya then applied more pressure in his right arm. Watson watched the whole scene with a stunned face. He saw how Aditya crushed Gorge's throat and then threw him like he was some garbage. Watson, send an investigation party to Gorge's residence. After giving some orders to Watson, Aditya went back to make the teleportation array in the castle basement, somewhere in the eastern region of the kingdom. It has been more than 1.5 months, yet we still couldn't find the crown of 7 seas. Did you all stop working or what? Leader, we are 99% sure that it was King Aditya who has taken the crown of 7 seas. He also killed one of our members named Ash. The crown of 7 seas, a magical artifact that cannot be replicated. It took us hundreds of years to locate the crown of 7 seas. When we found its location, why did you send a weak and pathetic member of our organization? Why you didn't send the strongest member of our organization? If you had made that mistake, by now the crown would have been in our hands. My apologizes, sire. I am sorry, but in this organization, apologies do not work. I wanted results. Even though you allowed a weak king to take the crown with him, I had ordered you to take back the crown. You guys still failed. Failure is the only thing that you guys are capable of. Leader, we have secretly tried sneaking inside the castle to find the crown, but it seems the crown is with King Aditya. Then what are you guys waiting for? Don't waste my time. Hurry up and get me the crown of 7 seas, otherwise I don't mind killing all of you and feed you to sharks. Don't worry, sire. I have spent the last month making a plan. I am sure my plan will succeed. Just give me 2 more weeks' time. All right, I will trust you in this for one last time. If you fail, then you better run, because I am going to hunt you down to the ends of this world. Chapter 125. While Aditya was busy making a teleportation array, the news of the king personally killing the head of the Deep Sea Merchant Group spread like wildfire. Not just killing the head of the Deep Sea Merchant Group, but also completely taking over every existing store that was owned by the Deep Sea Merchant Group. The news brought fear in other merchant groups. They had no idea why the king did something like this. Some small merchant groups were even planning on stopping all of their business in the Eastern Kingdom, and were planning on leaving. Fortunately, a few more hours later, an official statement came from the king himself. The statement shocked and surprised many people. They never thought that the deep-sea merchant group's head was this kind of person. Some people who knew Gorge's character weren't surprised or shocked, but even they were not expecting Gorge to be bold enough to even threaten the Eastern Kingdom in front of the king himself. The deep-sea merchant group has broken the Eastern law several times, has insulted the royal officials and also the unofficial prime minister of the Eastern Kingdom. Above that, he even dared to threaten the Eastern Kingdom. His Majesty has punished the deep-sea merchant group and has decided to seize all the properties and stores owned by the group. His Majesty has personally promised that as long as all the other merchant groups follow the Eastern laws, they won't have anything to worry about. These words immediately calmed the merchants who were planning on stopping their business and leaving the kingdom. While all these were happening, Aditya was in the royal castle basement. In a circular room, Aditya could be seen drawing runes with a special pen on the floor. Aditya looked very focused. He was deeply immersed in his own world. By now, Aditya has finished drawing 8 circles of runes. Each circle contained one phase of the spell. The teleportation array had 9 rune phases. Each phase needed 1 circle to draw. The first phase was the biggest one, while the 9th rune phase was the smallest one. If someone looked at the room, they would see 8 large circles. Each circle was bigger than the other. If someone looks carefully, then they would see that what looked like a circle actually had countless complex characters of runes. All the complex rune characters are made up to look like a circle. King Ethan, are you sure about it? This is the Eastern Kingdom that we're talking about. Even when the Eastern Kingdom was only a second-tier kingdom, it still managed to defeat the mighty Zulux dynasty that stood and had a long history of 100 years. When you attacked the Eastern Kingdom with 50,000 troops and with your third-order duke, the Eastern Kingdom managed to slaughter all of your 50,000 troops without losing a single army. Not only that, they even outsmarted you by crippling your duke's mana heart. Right now, in a meeting room, King Ethan was sitting along with other kings and their representatives from other kingdoms. King Ethan had secretly arranged for this meeting, as knowing that the Eastern king had his eyes fully locked on the Nepoka kingdom. If for not those men, he wouldn't have been able to arrange this meeting without King Aditya knowing about it. King Ethan, are you sure you want to start another war against the Eastern Kingdom? Though I haven't met the Eastern King, I have heard that King Aditya is very calculative and smart. He is a sly fox. He is someone that always thinks outside the box. It was mainly because of his geniuses that the Zulux dynasty fell this quickly. King Ethan clenched his fists under the table. He gritted his teeth in anger. Right now, Ethan's throat was dry for blood. He wanted to quench his thirst with the blood of the Dragon King. King Liam, no offense, but we are not here to praise the Eastern Kingdom. Others who were sitting around the round table also nodded their heads in agreement. The Eastern Kingdom has tricked me. He kept the fact that he had crippled my duke and forcefully took a large part of my territory. It's just a matter of time before that demon comes after the other small kingdom. Aditya is an ambitious person. He wants to expand his kingdom. Everyone around the table secretly sneered at Ethan. They might not have been invited to the meeting, but they knew that Aditya demanded Ethan's territory, otherwise he was going to fully launch a war against the Nepoka kingdom and take over the whole kingdom. King Ethan was given 2 choices. Either give up this part of his territory or give up 3 of his cities. If he did not make any choice, Aditya told Ethan to be ready to face the Eastern army and lose his life along with his kingdom. Anyone in Aditya's position would have done the same thing. The only reason that these kings had come to this meeting is that they all had similar ambitions. The northern part of this region was made up of many small kingdoms. Everyone put their past differences aside and came here to form a secret alliance to attack the Eastern Kingdom. While King Ethan wanted his territory back, these kings wanted a small piece of the Eastern Kingdom for themselves. Currently, the Niland King is very sick. I don't think he will make it. When the Niland King dies, that will be our chance to attack the Eastern Kingdom. Without the Niland King, his successor wouldn't send an army to reinforce the Eastern Kingdom, meaning that the Eastern Kingdom will be truly alone. I refuse to believe that the Eastern King can win against the combined force of 13 kingdoms. Ethan's words seem to have given the ray of hope that every king needed. The last bit of hesitation that they had in their hearts had disappeared. In their logic, why they should refuse a free meal. After defeating the Eastern Kingdom, these kings are guaranteed to receive a small chunk of that huge fortune that the Eastern Kingdom possesses. No one thought that the Eastern Kingdom can fight against the combined forces of 13 kings. So when are we going to attack? Should we start making preparation for the war? One of the greedy kings excitedly asked. Ethan nodded with a pleased smile on his face. He was relieved that he had managed to convince everyone to attack the Eastern Kingdom. King Aditya has planted spies and keeping watch on my Nepoka Kingdom's military. Even the slightest movement from my side will make the Eastern King suspicious. For now, it would be better to not alert the Eastern King. Let's keep everything dark for now. You all should war preparing for the war. We will crush the Eastern Kingdom with a single attack. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. What about the Thura Kingdom? I heard that the Thura Kingdom has a close connection with the Eastern Kingdom. In this war, the Thura Kingdom will support the Eastern Kingdom. Ethan frowned. When he visited the Thura Kingdom, he has been holding a grudge against the Thura King. After declaring our war against the Eastern Kingdom, I will send a warning to the Thura Kingdom. If they do not back out from helping the Eastern Kingdom, the Thura Kingdom will suffer the consequences. I don't understand. Even if Niland King Mark Vega dies and one of the princes succeeds the throne, why wouldn't the next king send reinforcement to the Eastern Kingdom? There are two reasons. First reason, when the princes sent letters asking for the Eastern Kingdom's political support, the Eastern Kingdom remained neutral. And second reason, with the rapid growth of the Eastern Kingdom, the next king would feel threatened. So when the war starts, the king would just turn a blind eye and not help the Eastern Kingdom. Ethan grinned while looking at the map of the Eastern Kingdom. Besides, one of the Niland Kingdom princes is my friend. He has promised to attack the Eastern Kingdom instead. The meeting then continued going on for another 1 hour. After making a plan, all of the kings who had attended this meeting in disguise began taking their leave. One by one, all of the kings left, leaving only King Ethan in the dining room. After Ethan left, a man in a butler outfit walked in and stood behind Ethan. Your Majesty, are you sure about this plan? We still don't know how powerful the current Eastern King or the kingdom's military is. From what I have heard, even though the Eastern Kingdom has been actively recruiting more soldiers. Even if the Eastern King has a powerful Fifth Order in their military, then also the Eastern Kingdom will fall. Just a little more time and the Niland King will finally die.